I think we hear enough of my voice.
Wow.
What? I don't feel that
No.
way. None of us feels that way, right?
Yeah, it's a lie.
No.
I listen to.
Need more of
Well,
Manakai's
I
dulcet
went to the
tones.
channel to look at some comments, and I didn't mute the thing instantly, so I heard my own voice. I'm like, man, my accent is thicker than I want it to be.
It is.
I don't know, Manaki.
It
I want a
is.
podcast, honestly.
Yeah, it's imperceptible. It's fine.
Alright, Sheep, take it away.
Alright, last time, with just the three of us, we finished off with the very important task. We started off with the very important task of checking out what's in the cave of the camp we had conquered just before. Turns out there were a whole bunch of sturges. Fortunately, we didn't have to fight because sturges are terrible. It was in fact only Taraxos who actually had to contend with the sturges, as both Velignev and Verlev were just outside watching. The cave was then promptly conquered and revealed its contents, most of which were stinky filth, but also like a pit full of cats and various other similar-sized pets, which was gross but also fortunate because we found the cats. Hooray! In addition, I believe Verlev talked to the imp that we freed, briefly at least. I think he's in a cage now again. About what he can do for us. The imp was quite insistent that he didn't want to go back to hell and all that, and would be totally willing to help us, and has told us a few things about the valley. Although none of them were particularly interesting. The imp mentioned, "Oh, there's like a large cabin in the valley," and I guess that's neat. But other than that, it hasn't been very useful yet. But who knows? Maybe that'll change. After that, we decided to check out the old abandoned madman's tower, where there has not been a madman to be found. Most of it was destroyed, although the basement of it was in reasonably good condition, and we took a peek in there. Turns out there was more of the like spell plague fire just doing its thing in the in the tower's basement, and we, mostly Velignev actually, decided to extinguish that and conquer whatever the basement holds for us. After a very successful skill challenge where we never rolled below 12 once, which was amazing, where Verdev didn't even need to participate, we extinguished the fire and conquered the basement, in which we found a few things. Most importantly, or most interestingly, I think, it used to contain some sort of apparatus to track the stars, I believe. Which was just scrap metal at this point, though, which Velignev was still very happy about. Now a bunch of copper tubing in our cave. However, we were not entirely alone, as there were defenders in that basement, which were a bunch of metal, like snakes, iron snakes or something, like constructs that guarded the place and sprung up and hurt a lot. And I believe that was about it. We traveled back home, had a bit of a banter about all the copper tubing, and that was pretty much the session. Did I really lose 7 healing surges in that single combat?
No.
No, you did not.
There was something else.
Yes, there was something else. What was it, Jeep?
I don't know. I must have suppressed it.
We hunted down some of the cultists in the south.
Oh yeah, we the imp told us about blackened hills that he saw, and we were like, "Oh, that sounds bad." And turns out it was bad. There were a whole lot of wisps, and a singular cultist that we dismantled fairly successfully.
That's good enough for a recap. It's what the consequences thereof is what led us with 3 open goal slots.
Yeah, you do have 3 open goal slots. Is that something you want to do something about? Or would you prefer to just leave them open for future use?
I believe to sort of continue recapping this time our discussion from earlier in the chat. We don't really have any super intriguing goals currently that we want to achieve, mostly because all of the interesting goals are still open, and the rest we can come up with wasn't very interesting.
I don't know whether that portrayal is true so much as our goals that we have right now, the 5 of them, pretty intensive, and they lock other things that we want to do. The Thayan site, the Great Birds, that stuff is preventing us from doing other things we want to do, and can also satisfy other things that we want to have. I personally have no interest in adding other goals at this time.
It's worth noting you can also only remove 1 goal per session. And such, picking ones you actually don't really want to do can just lock them down. As you won't actually want to go do it.
I think it's more of a case, like, our goals right now are kind of, if we do one of them, we're already doing some of them. And trying to make new goals kind of just splits us up in that sense. So I think we're good as we are.
I think we... did we have a goal to find a way to acquire potions? Otherwise, I think that is a worthy enough goal to put there.
Don't have a goal for that.
Then I would suggest adding that at least, because that is a fairly major thing for us.
I have no strong feelings either way about it.
I have 0 potion interest, but sure, we can add it.
Sure.
What do you call that? Acquire a potion.
Find a way.
Acquisition.
Make potions available, one way or the other.
Have potion.
Get me a brew
Acquire a
potion.
potion acquisition system.
Yes, that's right.
Just
Acquisition
get me the original.
and an acquisition system.
Potion acquisition
Get a way
system.
to get stuff.
It's like a pyramid scheme here. I like this.
Yes, you invest.
You sell potions to each person below you.
Yeah.
Then you pay up to. Alright. Well, the tale of our heroes, who, as you might have noticed, are not in the valley right now, because they know that if they stay here, they would surely die. So they have gone on trek for 2 different groups. You remember we have an adventuring party of Morgran, the dwarven warlock, who's really not a warlock, and Snoot, the kobold avenger, who's going to go contact his family, tell him about this vengeance thing he's got going on. Traveling together, and then Kuncha, the orc barbarian, traveling separate. They have a goal, however, because the dwarf knows about a place, and the orc knows about a place too. And where you're gonna go when you're looking for adventure, Dragon Coast, except for the village of Elm. Small town, well, once small at least, that has grown tremendously recently from the inflow of heroes and adventurers willing to explore the ruins of ancient cults and fire temples in the area around it. That's where they're gonna go, and that's where they have gone. There, let's see who they can tell about this dragon situation, and what sort of person they might meet. So let's first roll it. No, let's just roll up the hero, shall we? Let's get a d20 roll, and then
Right, I did.
see what kind of person they manage to get in on all this. All right. The first trait for this hero is unfit. They have a terrible point buy.
All right. Sounds
They're really
reasonable.
not fortunate with these situations. Let's see another one, please.
I'll do another one.
They also have a curse of lethargy like we do.
11.
All right, that would be another plan. However, that becomes a sneaky, unfit person. Sneaky means that they will always try to betray the other other heroes when facing a dragon. And unfit means they have a terrible stat line, just the worst.
What a wonderful character.
So currently, the situation for the good guys is, it's basically like one of those, like organized play events situations.
It pretty much sounds
Bunch of
like
randoms
what you
show
read
up,
about
and
on the internet.
now you have a dude who's got a terrible stat line, which will be like a point by 10 or something like that. And then he's gonna try to betray the others whenever it seems most profitable to him. He's just,
But he's gonna be so bad at it. Like,
All right.
oh yes, terrible.
Who wants to determine what class the helper is?
I shall do it. Because I haven't rolled these before.
All right.
A d20.
Oh, we have a lot more class than that.
Oh god, how many?
I think 4th edition has like 100.
Okay, 1d100.
No, do a d20. That's fine.
Alright,
Actually.
16.
Oh god, that's like way up there. 16 is a sorcerer.
An unfit, sneaky sorcerer. I like this. This is good.
So many strikers, though. My god.
Yeah,
So far, everyone's a striker.
I was hoping for a paladin, because that would be hilarious if the paladin was like unfit and sneaky.
See, the sorcerer in it for like dragon magic and dragon power. I will totally betray the others
Yep,
in exchange
for
for
sure.
power.
Yeah, maybe he knows that he's unfit and wants to stop being unfit by making deals and such.
Yes. Absolutely.
Or maybe he's just stupid.
If you're going against a dragon, that means you're stupid. Inherently.
That's pretty stupid.
Has to be. There could be no other interpretation.
Yes. Go. And the rest, there will be auto build. I'm very happy to have that ability.
Yep.
It really helps me to make these guys as random and weird as possible. Yeah. Oof. Good stat line here. 11, 10, 14, 10, 10, 16.
Nice.
Could be a lot better. Could be worse, but he's an unfit hero. Looks like that also gave me a name.
Sheep, that sounds like one of your stat lines when you rolled for 13th age.
It does. I think mine was even worse.
I think the second one you rolled for Aurelia was even worse, yeah.
Didn't I have like 2 8s and a 6 or something?
Took a screenshot of it somewhere, just not on this computer. That was the one where I went to the other players and was like,
Yeah.
pretty bad. This unfit sorcerer has no such fortune.
Yeah, he is Novacree. He's an Eladrin.
Ladrin. Ha ha.
No, this is what stories are really made of, folks. This unlikely, like, convention group, like, getting together and somehow stopping the dragons. With heart and spirit. Can they survive betrayal?
I mean, there is great traits in here that make them a lot better. Like they can be geniuses. They can be exceptional. They can have a minor companion or heroic. But no, we have like sneaky, unfit, fake people all over. Just means that once we actually get like a real decent guy, he'll matter more.
I really hope we never do.
Better than these idiots.
It's just gonna be this all the time.
the orc who loves planning, but it's just forever
Yeah.
like poor.
I think the Latin probably joined the orcs party, since that gives him the greatest chance to. Stupid orc comes with all this information. Tells of dragons in the hills. Oh,
Sorcerer's like, oh, dragons in the hills, yes.
So could someone tell me what hero we got last session then?
He is an orc from Pale Burgle's bandit camp who managed to escape. He is a great planner.
And
but,
he's terribly poor.
horrible with money.
Okay.
A barbarian.
A barbarian. Okay. Oh, that's it, I suppose.
same as Kunja, the orc barbarian,
Yeah,
who's terrible with money.
he's
Poor
always
Barry.
dirt
Therefore,
poor.
whatever thing he has that's the most valuable, he will not have. Because he probably lost it somehow.
His sword, he has lost it, it's gone.
You know, it was a shitty-
My axe, I lost it in a bet.
between the cushions.
Yeah,
Slid that in there.
wasn't much of an axe then.
Wait, I bought a couch? Shit, that's where my money went.
His 100 gold went to furniture.
But they're going to go there and to adventure around Elm to gain some levels and some gold and prepare to fight these horrible evil dragons. Maybe make some more friends along the way, that's the real treasure.
Of course,
Yeah.
those bastards don't care about the hill giant and the dam that they walk
No, of
past.
course
No, it's the dragons.
It's that vengeful kobold. I
We've
think that's
wronged
like,
them, yeah. We've wronged them.
They have wronged us!
Kobold standing outside every night looking at the moon. He is an avenger. The gods have granted him strength.
What god?
He will strike
Not
down
sure
fully.
yet. Look, I can take a look if you want me to. But we'll see that later, I think, when we actually know. The thing is, the dragons don't care about dumb
No.
Kobold.
Of course not. My god.
But he has a lot of family who also will be avengers. Coming for you. If you kill him.
Just like a family cult of kobolds.
Just
You can
400
strike him down, but
years
he
of-
will return. Even strong,
400 years of this kobold's family coming after us. It's
How
like,
many
cool.
generations is that in kobold? Like, that has to
That's
be
a lot
like,
of kobolds.
yeah, it's like 100 generations.
But by the end of the game, it'll just be like entirely like distorted like legend of, of the first kobold. Struck out against Philip.
Become their own race. Origin story. Yeah. In the beginning, there was kobolds in a universe of plenty. The dragons came.
Great
Alright,
merciful
so-
Burgle looked over.
We pick back up like in camp. It's night. The three of us just came back from the corrupted hill where Velignev base to, following a compulsion, set it ablaze, and we came back to meet up with Veristrick so that the four of us could do
So-
something together.
Here's a suggestion. How about we take a long rest before we head out? Because looking over at Valigneth,
Listen,
he doesn't look
I
too good. And who knows when we're gonna get a long rest once we head out west? Because we're a long way from home at that point.
you need not worry about Valignov. He's fine. He'll hang back a bit. He can do that. He's never tried to hang back, but
Thinks back to last time he had 0 healing searches and charged Burkle in the face.
Yes.
and that worked out. That was great.
Well, it
I,
was...
I reckon I can make 2 though.
Alright, well, it's just a suggestion to balance the scales, as it were.
You're calling my scales unbalanced.
Yes.
True.
I'm cool with continuing as we are.
I'm doing great over here.
If he gets 7 more healing surges, he's just going to find another damn way to lose them. So
It's true.
we have to make them matter more for him, and that means like making sure he has fewer.
Show him that they're precious.
He'll take better care if he doesn't have as many.
The healing surges are like a temple.
Yeah.
Does
If you don't use them, why do you need one? What?
Yes, let's go with that. Let's go with that analogy. That seems
It works. Checks out.
Does Mistress Cold Brew have anything to report when we return?
Yes, actually.
Oh,
You've been out, and little, basically the she will report because she's the camp leader, obviously.
yes.
But the hobgoblins were the ones who saw it, and reported that in sort of the darkness of the night, there were ones, a nice blaze. Sort of the skies were fire colored where you came from, but beyond that, there were little creeping things hiding in the shadows and sort of cracks around, looking at the camp.
Little. Okay.
Yes, she's not seen them before. They were just small, like little figures moving about.
Is that enough for a description at all to make guess what it is?
I mean, the hobgoblins will when asked say that they appeared like they're very ugly, small, and they sort of moved through the shadows.
Goblins.
Right.
No, not goblins.
Okay.
They would never recognize goblin. These were much more competent than goblin.
Okay. More competent goblins. Well, have they been located? Like they have just moved around the camp, like all around? Did they come from a specific direction?
They come from down valley and came up here. Presumably, maybe they saw the light or something like that. But they didn't attack. Camp certainly was readied for that, but they just kind of, they moved behind some rocks, and then in the morning, a couple people went down to take a look and see if they were there still, but they were gone. Somehow they must have slipped away.
These creatures never appeared back when this was Pale Burgle's bandit camp.
Yeah, these hobgoblins have patrolled
Nope,
the area.
they appear to be new.
Okay.
Newcomers into the valley.
I mean, if they're small, they can't be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fine. Like, I don't think we should spend our time, like, trying to hunt small things.
If
Sounds like effort.
Yeah, they didn't attack immediately, so probably not like overtly hostile. Maybe just curious.
We'll just be curious. There's been a lot of death in the valley recently.
Yes,
The great birds are flying lower. Things have changed.
it's true. Things are moving around. Well, I think it is best for them to keep looking. Keep fortifying, more traps and whatever else we can come up with. To keep these out. But for now, just, remain in the camp, keep vigil.
Remain vigilant.
Exactly. Always constant vigilance. Because we are gonna head west.
Remember, blessed is the mind too small for doubt, and we walk away.
Yes.
All right. Vanilla cold brew. Though this is certainly not the best place she's ever been in her life. It beats like where she was a couple months ago, a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, and that's not going to complain to the dragons about the state of this place.
Yeah.
Better than being almost dead. A shitty camp. She's got her cargo back. She's got like.
I know. Yeah, probably the way she sees it, if she just
hobgoblins.
holds on a bit longer, she'll be out of this damn valley.
Yeah, like just a little bit more, and if the things keep going the same trajectory, dragons are gonna find the promised underway, and then they can go and return, and then who knows? Things will look up.
I wonder if we should post recruitment posters out and around. Maybe these creepy crawlies like to join our organization.
recruitment poster.
Yeah.
I like the
Tilraxis
idea of
wants you.
Tilraxis like scratching a chin.
Yeah. How do
I wonder where that's from.
how do we advertise? We need to merchandise,
You
the
take
brand.
like little sheets of parchment, like
Yeah.
Tilraxis wants you, like write it
Yep.
down. But it's only written Draconic script.
Yeah, well, obviously.
It's like a child's scroll.
like a little stick figure dragon,
Yep.
It is
Like-
very difficult to hold a pen with these claws.
and like a little stick figure human bowing, and then it says you.
It's like the dragon looks like Trogdor.
You'd have like Tiberius like draw like a simple images. Oh, by the way, Valky, the hobgoblins have names, Gaius and Tiberius.
Oh, that's good to know. I'll probably forget those, but
If you mouse
That's
over
fine.
their tokens,
They're
it
actual
shows.
names
Yes.
now.
oh,
we need to name the dwarf caravan guards as well.
You're the creative folks who came up with the Roman name.
Grumpy, Stumpy, and Lumpy. There you go.
which one of them got gored by Malignant that time?
Didn't gore anyone, I just ripped them apart slightly.
Yeah, semantics. You can call him Stumpy.
Is we also left Veristrix on top of the outlook post, gazing up to the stars, thinking about things.
I mean, he was clearly divining your entire action while he was just lying.
Oh yes, of course.
He knew what you would do, so he didn't think he was needed.
Yeah.
And so that's how we knew that we would be back so that we could like get him and all go find this promised passage.
Exactly.
He
Passive
was
aggressive
ready.
way to get his way. We're going to go to the Palmer's Passage next. He just sat there as the other friend out did other stuff. And they come back.
Yep.
His
No,
will
no, it was
became
right.
reality at that moment.
Take a leaf out of Erdla's book.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
No effort wasted. Like, you'll come to get me when it's time to go to the promised passage. Well, what do you know? You came to get me. It's time to go.
Oh, just like I knew you would. Because you will.
That annoying person who predicts you're going to do stuff that you were going to do anyway.
I call it smart.
All right then. Sounds like we're gonna leave the kids here till Raxos's fluffy, cuddly minions and head west, as Sheep called it, manifest destiny. Go on the Oregon Trail up the valley.
Oh no, you make that sound terrible.
Let's roll some dice then.
Gonna get dysentery. It's gonna be great. More adventuring.
That's the part of the world we never talk about. Yeah. Yeah. Which way do you want to go about getting, and where to, really?
We are going to be trudging from our camp, basically like through the valley, heading up past what used to be the Kobold Village, and we are heading for the Promised Passage.
All right.
Damn right we are.
That is a long trip. Many miles.
I think we also wanted to maybe take the opportunity of taking down one of those birds if we're in the area.
I think the idea might be like if they're getting lower because they're like desperate for food, one of them might try something at us as we're making the trek. If
Then
they're
it will
desperate for
die.
food, that means we won't have to lure one of them down with like a joke or something.
And they're already weak at that point.
And it might mean that they're inclined to stay instead of using their super speed to fly away from us. If it goes after Valignif, though, and and Valignif's left with no healing surges, and Jonas is there nodding profusely, well, I got nothing.
They certainly seem to have become more aggressive. Now that there's less easy kobold prey to snack on. And again, they still don't seem to entirely want to get into all the vegetation that could tangle them. Yeah, you can certainly begin your trudging way through the sort of soft, muddy undergrowth. probably trekking to the north side, since that's a bit of the faster way almost. Get some solid ground under your feet.
Ground much nicer there, yeah.
Close to the old sort of very verdant pipe. You then and travel up the incline. Going back up here. How are your dragons feeling about sort of this bit? They've explored the valley pretty extensively at this point. You've been saying sort of your valley. Have the other dragons, the characters, beginning to feel like ownership of the place, or is this a stepping stone? What's their current opinion? Travel
Well,
for seeing it all, places they've been before.
for Varistix, he's quite content because they're going to the one place that he has a huge interest in going to. So I don't think he would say that he owns the valley. Although he probably thinks that everything in the valley just does what he wants it to do anyway. I think he's just waiting to see what awaits him at the place that he's been wanting to go for quite a while.
I mean, so far the valley is mostly just a muddy bathtub full of plants. And while there are some nice spots, they're currently sort of being blocked by birds. Like the high up near the where the sun can shine on like bare rock and such, we didn't really get to enjoy any of those places yet because there's just birds. And we didn't get to enjoy any nice caves yet. The only cave we've really entered so far was like Burgle's home, which isn't exactly the nicest cave, especially at the beginning. So far the valley isn't exactly something worth owning, but it's nice to own something, regardless of what it is. Just to say that you do, basically. So I'd say stepping stone, certainly.
Yeah, T-Rexes think that we are certainly better off now than we were when we started out. But all the same, ownership, not, I mean, clearly we own it, but we haven't established control. That's the problem. We have an interesting little like seed to grow from here, but he wants, he sees control. He sees patrols, he sees tolls, he sees hobgoblins with bows, keeping watch. Those birds need to go, clearly. They are impeding our progress, and they're claiming the skies, which are rightfully ours. So, yeah, and there's still a lot of cleaning up to do. We have claimed, as Sheep said, the muddy bathtub part of the valley, which honestly is the least appealing to Tilraxos, but, stepping stones, yeah.
My character has, in typical dragon fashion, possessed this from the moment she stepped foot out into it. And now, not all these places are great. Some of it's been a little bit corrupted, but in time, could tend to this like a nice garden, and by say when tend to it like a nice garden, have minions and people she's hired tend to it like a nice garden for her. You'd spruce it up, have like a nice little veranda, have like rows of flowers with thorns and poison ivy, add like a waterfall. I'm sure they'll find a way to do that somehow. It'll be great. Look wonderful. Spared no expense. Ideas. That sounds like a lot of effort, though. Think about it.
Good thing someone else will do it.
That's right. That's why someone else will do it. She'll find the right people. They'll get it done, and then she'll enjoy it. That's what green dragons do. Enjoy the fruits of others' labor.
Yeah. All right. Traveling the path, it certainly is much quieter. All the little critters, various sorts, are still hiding, still accustomed to there being things trying to catch them, but there aren't really. You don't see a lot of life, basically, as you travel. It seems that a lot of the medium-sized things have been pressured harder now that the birds are seeking lower. Such probably a lot of them have been grabbed. Moving up, the sort of the incline to the sort of upper valley. It's a bit of a trudge, but the vegetation grows different, more into like pines, lower shrubs as you push on there, and the ground grows more solid, sort of less muddy and soft. Going further, rounding the edge here. You once again. I mean, you've been around this sort of central area before. I think you one time heard something similar, but you hear what sounds like cackling laughter from an old hoarse throat.
Oh yeah, that guy. He's still here?
Should we engage him? We talked about looking for him before, but now he's here.
Mad.
Why?
I don't know. Just check what he is and why. He's running around screaming in our valley.
As you look up, you can see that there's like a big giant bird thing flying away from there.
No.
I was about to say, like, a giant bird will eventually get him, and then it's like, here's away the giant birds.
Maybe the crazy wizard actually knows a few spells still.
Having a conversation with someone like in fact affected by the spell plague just sounds like a fast track to one of us eating them.
At least he's dead then.
You say that like that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Let's engage the crazy man.
No, he certainly wouldn't like notice you if you just walked past.
Yeah, I know. We walked past before, but now I'm curious. A little bit, at least.
All right, you move closer, not trying to be stealthy as far as I know your characters.
No, not really.
Cracking branches and such. Getting to what is this sort of a little bit of a. I mean, it's not really a clearing. It's just a bit of forest, really, where sort of some needles have been knocked up and such. As you see, what looks like, I mean, an old dignified wizard who clearly had many dreams and had studied for many years, then had all his power snapped from him in the instant of a moment, and discovered that existence is a meaningless and pointless thing, and that effort is completely ridiculous, and that everything is a joke. It's an old man who appears to be having a really good laugh at who knows what, while bleeding from like a bloody cut on his shoulder, seemingly not caring too much. With him, however, are two of what seems to be like constructs. Something you might have noticed he did a little bit of once upon a time. However, they seem to have been marred. Effectively, they look like they were some sort of like rock golems or some such, but they have been melted, and at this point, seems to have been burnt so harsh that they're turned into like a shimmering blue glass instead. They're still here, and they have like feathers from their like glassy claw hands, as they still seem to follow him even at this point, listening to his mad ramblings as he speaks to them, mumbling and jittering to himself. Still not noticing you as you sort of approach the place, seemingly absorbed in his conversation with his guardians.
Well, that explains why he hasn't been eaten by birds yet.
I suppose so.
What if we just destroyed the golems and then left and then watched the birds eat them?
Maybe if he turns violent, we'll give it a good old college try here. But let's figure out what he wants, if anything.
You stand there watching him for a bit.
Yeah, see what he does. If he just
he turns on a heel, as if to leave, shaking his fist at the bird as it flies away and says, "And don't come back!" Turns around and sees you. Oh, now I have gone crazy. Huh. Well, hello there. As he walks up to you, reaching out a hand to whoever is in the middle.
Reaching out a hand, huh?
Yeah.
In what sort of manner?
Like
is the
a
hand?
shake hand.
A
sort of
shake hand?
situation.
I
Let's just shake your hand, maybe.
don't really have a hand. Well,
Vertiliv watches Tilraxis with interest. This is the most exciting thing for her, this encounter.
Draxus looks at him, and then he says, "We have heard you through the valley from time to time, and have come to investigate."
Oh, I didn't realize anyone was trying not to be, well, that I would annoy anyone. I was simply talking to my little friends.
I take it you once resided in the old tower on the eastern side of the valley.
Oh, yes, but it broke. It broke so terribly. I spent all those years building it, and you know what I got for it?
Looks up and down him. A poorly built tower.
It was the best tower.
Draxus just looks at him, sort of, and says, "I see. Then what are you doing now?"
Oh, walking around, just sort of having a look. What am I supposed to be doing? I wasted my whole life's work, and, well, turns out that somebody ruined magic for everyone. What am I to do?
Wow, what a wonderfully sane person he looks like to be. Well,
He's got a fair point about the magic being ruined thing.
no, absolutely.
Now there's cultists and dragons and giants and all sorts of things in my valley, and I just can't be sad about it. I figured I should be. I should be angry or regretful, but I just can't stop but finding it hilarious. Just look at the irony of it. Someone works so hard for an entire life, and it's nothing. In an instant unmade by some unknowable force that I could never hope to predict. What is the point of even trying? What's the point of anything? Oh. No, it is a long time since I've talked to anyone. I tried the monastery, but they kicked me out pretty fast.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I only discovered the little ones were sentient after I ate one.
What?
Which little ones?
Those little scaly things.
Oh.
Kobolds in the valley. You see, I had looked so much at the stars, I never thought to look down.
Shoots an eye over to Veristrix. This seems like someone to Lexus knows. Well,
Wow.
he will then say, "So you have lost all your power."
Oh, yes, all of it, absolutely. I have nothing. I'm but a crazy old man. Yes, this is the person my father always told me I shouldn't become.
These constructs here aren't simply for show, then. How are you controlling? If you have
I
no
have
power.
no idea. I simply want them to do things, and they do them. They didn't used to work like that, but who knows, right?
Well, it would seem then, in whatever you lost, you have probably gained something else.
I suppose. Are you having dinner with me? I offer plenty of pine bark for everyone.
Is there a way to sense someone's power? Like, could we, for example,
Size him up.
Yeah, could
Do we have a-
You pull out a scouter.
Could
Do we have a ranger?
Could
Like,
we, for example, could Veristrix or Vertolith determine if he has psionic abilities, for example?
You could roll an Arcana check if you want to size up a thing like mystical
Yeah.
power. It's certainly a thing. Because sometimes in
Sure.
these games you have no idea what something is. Is that dangerous to me? I don't know.
That's
I will say I do have a flawless method finding out how strong someone is.
There you are. That's my Arcana check.
All right. Well, maybe this guy. He certainly seems to be a wizard, or have been a wizard once.
Okay.
Lost his power, probably. Doesn't seem formidable. Any one of you could probably take him without too much trouble. That said, he does seem to have, again, his fingers are trained and such. He probably has a few tricks up his sleeve in one way or another, even if he might be unaware of them himself. He's more than a mad peasant, but he certainly isn't tremendously powerful.
Alright. Well, he has a bit of something. Just thought I'll... Right.
Yeah, whatever was remained after he was burned in blue flame.
Yep. Well, he's completely and absolutely insane, but that's me worked with.
Tyraxus squints at him and says, "So you just wander randomly around?"
Well, sometimes I sit down. Gee, I could. I used to build all sorts of things, magical creations. So I built these things. I built a tower. I shaped it out of the very rock. Yes, but now I eat pine bark.
Keep squinting at him.
Could
Do you see the irony? Do you see the celestial jokes?
Could you teach someone some of the things you do? Those iron snakes, I
I
love
could,
carrying
but it
them
is
around.
pointless now. It's all broken. You see, it's like I learned to climb a tree and then someone cut it down. And now I can teach you how to climb a tree that no longer exists, but it'll do you no good.
Oh, it'll exist if I wanted to.
There's so many
That's
trees.
so simple, then, well, just imagine what you could do. Then again, it sounds like a lot of effort, and, well, chances are something you cannot control is going to take it all away from you. Why don't you just sit down here, enjoy some bark with me, and then, well, we can invent a game or something.
Tyraxus's, eyes and ears, like the frill sort of vibrate a little bit. There's nothing he can't control. Like, this is very upsetting news.
The indignity.
Yeah, there is. You can always control.
This does seem pretty pointless. I mean, not existence, but this guy.
Keeps squinting at him and says, "Well, if you say that you can teach us some of your knowledge, wouldn't it be even more hilarious if you actually taught us as well? Spread the pointlessness, as it were. That is something you enjoy, yes?"
Sure, but, well, if you wish to learn something that's utterly meaningless, then of course I'll teach you.
Tyraxus makes like a
Why not?
like,
Four dragons show up in my random forest clearing and they want me to teach them magic even though it doesn't exist anymore. It's one of the saner days I've had.
Well, Tyraxus does like a sweep with his claw towards Malignant and very strict. Tyraxus can't, like, he's not a scholar. Like, there's nothing in him that is scholarly at all. But if there's knowledge to be had from this mad wizard, perhaps the more knowledgeable of the party might.
Tyraxus is thinking, opportunity, this man could build my castle, he could
Exactly.
make me potions, he
Yes.
could do all sorts of crazy.
There is incredible opportunity here.
Verstrix kind of eyes him up and down. Eternal kind of sigh. Says, "Well, alright then. You can tell me what you know. And I'll see if it has any meaning."
Oh, it'll take a long time. Wizardry is not taught in a day.
But
And
it
my
could-
feet are tired. They need a good rub down before I do anything else.
Well, these creatures are so exhausting to work with.
Points
But-
across to the golems. Maybe have them rub your feet.
Oh, I would, but they're made of glass at this point. Very uncomfortable. No, I do it myself. It's quite all right.
Squints at him.
Well then, at a time that you are, well, massaged, whatever it is you do.
He cackles. Yes, I'm a very busy wizard. You know, I was betrothed once, but I put it away. I wanted to be a wizard instead. Yes, I could have had the business, but no, I had to gain divine cosmic power.
Well, perhaps if you teach me, then eventually when I, well, kind of waves his claw, control everything in existence, perhaps I might give you some power if I feel like I need to.
Drax sort of blinks a little bit in surprise, looks over to Restrix. I mean, we all have ambitions, but damn, that is...
So why not? Why not make a dragon rule existence? I have that power, surely. Surely at this point I have that.
Maybe Restrix can like mind dive into him and fix his mind.
Well, if anything is possible, then of course.
Perhaps I'll
nothing
learn to play
has-
the trumpet as well.
No.
You do whatever you like, as long as you teach me.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll teach you.
Not the trumpet, the
No, I
wizardry
would have to
things.
learn it first. So I can forget.
I could probably make a trumpet from those copper tubing.
Excellent, why not? Why not have a dragon make a trumpet for me?
Drax is closing
I-
his eyes.
Versus just looks back like, you're not helping.
Didn't say I would make a trumpet for you. I'm saying I could probably make a trumpet.
Yes, your prowess is well established at this point, yes.
Now, are you staying for dinner? Or...
We have other pressing concerns.
Yeah, he shrugs. Sits down on the sort of damp grass. Is to rub his unshoed feet.
Well, I say we leave him to his own devices until the time we can return, and he actually has something useful for us.
If he ever has something useful for us. Though I did like those snakes he made.
I should definitely ask for a blueprint.
Snake blueprint. It's not that easy.
Well, the recipe then, like. Well, Tyraxus is also fine with leaving the Mad Wizard to his devices. He doesn't seem hostile or an immediate danger to us or anything else here.
If it takes a while, perhaps when
If anything, he's friendly.
when we are more indentured into our own kind of hidey places, perhaps then would be a time to recruit him to
I mean, we
read
could
us.
certainly invite him to our camp, but he seems unstable.
Yeah, his Veristrix knows a little bit more about social interactions, and he would feel that bringing someone completely insane into a camp full of dwarves with weapons is probably not the best thing to do.
Yeah, could we get... Is it possible for Veristrix, given his vast intelligence and insight into how psyches, give like
You want? I can't fix this man.
No,
What
I
do you
want a psychological assessment in a way, like how.
You want me to psychoanalyze this guy?
Yeah, is this
I-
a thing
gonna give him
where
therapy
when
next.
someone says mattress and he's just gonna go completely crazy and murder everyone? Or
Like he has a trigger switch
yeah,
or something?
like we see him now and it seems friendly and fairly harmless and quite lucid actually, but is there like a dark murder side to him? Because he has survived a long time here.
I mean,
He is certainly not harmless.
I mean, I can try and draw up a quick profile of him from what Veristrix sees, but the more detail would require actual interaction and more time, I would imagine.
Sure. However, let's be honest. Varistrix's will becomes reality. What Tabaxis doesn't know is that whatever Varistrix wants this guy's condition to be, that's what it is. So, I'm invoking your draconic compulsion. You probably just you have a thought about what this guy is, and that's probably what he is to you.
Vershix turns to Raxos and shrugs and says, he does as I think he does, and as I will him to do. He'll be fine. He might seem insane, but that's just because, well, I want him to be.
Joyce's eyes narrow again.
I was thinking of an interesting way to compel, like, very strict. I'm glad this happened.
His mind is certainly more pliable at this state than it would be to be completely lucid, I'm sure you understand.
Keeps squinting.
I mean, there's a very easy thing you can do to something to figure out whether it's dangerous or not.
Please don't attack the Mad Wizard.
I'm just pointing out that it is a valid option.
No, I don't think it is an option in any possibility.
Yeah, it's as much fun as it is killing and conquering the valley. We are trying to build an organization here.
I'm not talking about killing, I'm talking about putting him into a position where he has to reveal whether or not he is dangerous.
And what if it turns out in your so fanciful plan that he is actually just, he dies because you touched him? What happens then?
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
It's a risk that I would not want you to take.
It's a risk you're willing to take? Fine. Just like last session, this has been teased a whole lot. I'm compelling, only in destruction is the truth revealed.
No, I'm gonna spend my point to not follow that, because that would be suicide.
Why are you teasing it and not doing it? Like, it's almost like you want to do it.
He did that so much last session, where he constantly teased, like, destroying, like, the spell plague lands. Like, fine, then.
Well, that's the power of the compulsion. So
Yes.
he feels the tug. He wants to, right? But resisting it means that he sort of
Yeah.
he gathers his calm and like what do you need to tell us what it means to Aleknith to like refuse his nature?
It's the answer is right there. All he'd have to do is do the right thing and attack this guy. But there is those golems, and they are obviously strong. They don't really need answers, so they might mess up the test. Unclear, really. And all things considered, Valaknif does feel like he might want to take it a bit slow in the coming days. So but maybe this guy is like, I don't know, like one of those ninjas or whatever. You know,
Also, Varistrix would be very
old man who can break boulders with a punch. We'll never know unless we
Old man
present him with a boulder.
You would also have a very angry Varistrix. It's like, I wanted him! But, yeah. Varistrix, we're not going to invite him back, but Varistrix, I would say believe, but he just knows that leaving here is probably better off in his state as it is. These golems are doing just fine right now, protecting him, so I'd pick him up on the way back. Who knows? But he knows he'll be fine.
Sure. I'll leave the mad wizard to his foot rubbing and pine bark eating.
Vertilith will grudgingly, like, get up and begin following once you folks are actually done interacting with the wizard.
You know, as insane as he was probably the most receptive creature I've talked to so far.
Burn.
Well, I'm glad we found our first
What?
I would say knowledgeable servant, but that might be a stretch.
So far, we're surrounded by incompetents, both our allies as well as our future enemies.
The hobgoblins I would pin down as very competent, however.
Yeah, alright, they're okay, and the dwarves are actually fairly okay as well, but it's, you know,
Yes, I know. It's difficult to imagine a glorious future with the things we have currently.
baby steps.
You make your way further and further, sticking probably to the middle of the valley, not wanting to gather tension from above. A couple of great birds do look at you, but decides perhaps that you're not bloodied enough to really warrant a fight. You know, you seem to still have a lot of energy, so they do eye Valakneth though. It seems tired. It would be a good meal, but there's too many of you right now. They would continue to look from above, perching on some of the cliffs every now and then. Sort of like hungry vultures staying around as you continue up this path. Not really a place you've been before, but it is just a narrow canyon with pine trees sort of covering most of the sides in the center. A dried river, perhaps once when the rain comes. You know, there'll be a bit of a mudslide here down into the lower valley, but currently it's dry. As you walk, you know, you've been told the Thayans are staying sort of up this ridge here. It's a pretty sharp incline, but above it you can see like some fallen pillars and the like. Other ruined areas that you have been in, or similar places as you have been. Looking much like the ones you came from, or the spell plague tomb. There's more of them up here, though. A couple, at least.
Well, we will keep pressing on. Do we investigate the Thanes, or do we investigate the passage first?
I think it should be the passage. I don't think we should reveal ourselves to the Thayans until we're actually ready to have a confrontation with them, because
Yep.
if we're going to believe what Besserek said, like here investigating, and if we give anything on which a report could be made, and then leave them alone.
Yep.
Perfectly fine with me.
Which is why I want to deal with them before the giant birds. Where'd all the fucking birds go?
Where are my birds at?
Alright. Pushing on towards the place where you've said, though be told there is this carved entrance to some caverns inside. You get a bit of an eerie feeling, similar to when you have interacted with the plague changed or spell plagued creatures before. You do see this sort of opening, almost, as you sort of come looking. But around it, you can see signs that something uses this like cave opening, which I'll describe in a moment, as a lair, and strewn around it are a lot of like bones, basically licked and bitten clean. A lot of them bitten in half, actually, at the site. Though whatever it is seems to be out at the moment. The opening itself looks like a giant doorway, really. Fairly old from the looks of it, as it sort of just goes in through the side.
Would it be possible to figure out what exactly lives here? Like, looking at the footsteps and whatnot?
Sure. Be like a nature check.
That sounds like nature.
Look around, think about the bones and such.
Oh, not bad.
All right. think it would be a. Well, you've seen a bear. These are definitely smaller, but almost like it's bear-like, but smaller than the other bear you've seen, and looks, from the look of the bones, almost worse. From looking around, you can find tufts of fur that are sort of grown, almost like ingrown hairs, sort of thick and bristly. Yeah, it looks like some sort of mutant bear of some kind.
Yes. Many disgusting tiny bears.
The passageway, though, is right there. It's big. Looks like it has seen better days. Like there's some cracks around the stones. Some piece of the ceiling have fallen down and such. No one's maintained it clearly, but it's certainly there, ready to be walked into. No light.
This big door of sorts.
Doorway. There's no door.
Yeah. The passage itself, is it a man-made passage, or is it just the way
it was looking at it. It looks similar to other giant created things you've seen before. Giant.
Right.
Yes. It sort of goes into the side of the cliff.
Vertex gives a very appraising look and kind of motions to take a peek inside, see what's in there.
Vertilif says the light will be an issue for us, or lack thereof. Out of character, we have low light vision, not dark vision.
Really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fourth edition,
Dragons.
Dark vision and low light vision was fused.
Oh.
Basically, because low light vision allows you to see in any amount of light, which means like night vision, basically. But it doesn't, of course, work in places that have no type of light, no bits of it, like the Underdark. You can't just see, which is why Drow even have like lamps.
Alright, well,
Actual dragons have a dark vision, but we've got low light, which is pretty good, but doesn't help us in this situation.
Do we have to build a torch?
you just set a trunk of flame and carry it with your tail. Easy peasy.
You know
Vertex
what?
have thought about this.
That's actually a great idea.
That is the fucking strangest things. It's just a dragon with a burning trunk and it's
Are you questioning Vertex's ideas?
No, of course not. That's brilliant.
I mean, that sounds like something that's right up Valigna's alley.
Yeah, just tear down like a smallest tree, or maybe find like a convenient log, set it on fire, and drag it around. Perfect.
Log. It's like a nice pine log, so it has like that nice pine smoke smell.
That's
Also, like makes some like cracking sounds. Smokes a little bit, not entirely dry.
Fireworks to announce our arrival.
Yeah. But he's not bothered by it. A little bit of hot harpics falling down on him. Yeah. It's all good. Almost like a scented candle he carried.
Yeah, Vertilif snorts, breathes deeply. We'll choose not to be bothered by this.
Well then, into the depths, shall we?
Yes.
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 The cavern, or sort of the path goes in a bit before it sort of broadens up into a small sort of, not really small, like a small for giants chamber. Who knows what it would have been used for? Right now, it's pretty crummy and really has a lot of collapsed stuff. Also, a lot of like black moldy fungus seems to be growing on the walls. It's very damp in here. Also very hot, as sort of the stone outside is baked by the sun all day, and it seems that a water nearby is probably evaporating to give it sort of a steamy, very damp feeling. The air is not great. Clearly doesn't get a lot of ventilation. Moving on from there, though, there's two pathways. One is sort of down a stair, or and then continues on. The other one turns around a corner, basically.
What we go down? All the good things are down.
Very
Always.
is fine with going down.
I
Looking-
think we should clear the current level before we head down.
Suppose if we were looking for the actual passage, it's probably not vertical. Although it might slope down and then up again.
Whatever has this as a lair might also be on the first floor. We might be completely uninterested in going down. So, and we don't want something dangerous at our backs if we need to, We only have one log, so...
I mean, we
There's a
can
lot of
fetch
wood
more.
in it. Yeah, that's not an issue. Sure. Let's check the current level then.
Sure. You turn around the corner, continue a little bit more, until you get to a round chamber. Not really huge, as giant buildings go, but certainly, big enough. Like 10 squares wide, by 10 squares. In the center of it, however, is a large pit. The ceiling seems to have had some sort of chain system or something. Probably some sort of like a pulley system to raise and lower things. The pit appears quite deep, though seeing down into it is pretty difficult, as it seems to have filled up with water at some point. If this was indeed some sort of elevator system, then at the bottom there must be some sort of blockage or closed door or something, keeping all the water trapped here. Seems pretty deep and pretty dark down there.
I don't think any of us are too keen on swimming, so let's take the pathway down and see what's up.
Look down, it seems as if something like pale, long, and white sort of moves down just outside your vision.
Oh. Oh.
Hmm.
Well, that's not an ill omen at all. Yeah, no, I can't swim, so... that well.
Well, if there's nothing on this level but a gaping portal...
Death pit.
Yeah, then I guess we head down towards the gaping death pit.
I should say, there's another way out of this pit room.
Oh,
The path going to it also has a branch. The important bit is that seems to have led to another way, but that's then broken. The floor is broken, which leads down to the same pathway as. So as you look back through it, you can see the stair. As the two pathways seem to be parallel, one running below the floor of the other one. As they go
Okay.
further into the mountain. Does anyone give you a dungeoneering check?
I sure can.
I have an idea of what you're looking at.
You can certainly try. No, he certainly cannot.
I mean, who wants two things where you walk in one and then have another below? Who knows? Kinds of crazy people.
Right.
it's not wrong.
He does like it, though. He just doesn't know what it's there for. He likes all these twisty, windy caves with
an
death
aesthetic
pits.
choice.
Oh, yeah.
Moving further in, it actually goes for quite a while. This straight passage. No carvings, nothing fancy about it. Doesn't look like this was a particularly important tunnel. I should continue until you get to what basically is a big room that has a walkway along the side, and in the middle it again has what looks like a cistern. The lower passage goes into that, and continues on the other side of the room. The cistern has a little bit of like brackish water in the bottom of it, but much else. In here, up where you are on the walkway, however, it seems again that there is some like chain systems. These ones don't seem to be broken though. Like there's a in the channel below. What seems to be the lower path indeed does seem to be a waterway. Might have been what flooded the elevator shaft. Has a water wheel of metal in it. A lot of metal. Appears to be a some sort of treated iron with copper that's sort of gone green from use long time ago.
What's machinery?
Appears
Whoa.
that whenever this wheel was turned, something happened.
I mean,
There's no water though.
is it how large is it? Would it be possible to manually turn the water wheel just to see what happens?
If we all
You
step
could
on
try.
it at certain
It
points,
seems
it's gonna
pretty
go.
like tough and big. But you should try. You're a tough dragon.
Oh, Veligram's gonna try.
There is, the way continues, sort of bending 90-degree angle, and continues to the other side, with a very long tunnel as well. Though that appears to only be the old waterway.
No, but Veligram definitely wants to turn this wheel and see what happens.
All right, let's see you do it was like an athletics check, probably.
Seems appropriate. 23.
Well, that's enough. As he slowly begins to pull and prep at it, putting down his log, maybe. Slowly gives like creak as pulley chains begin to pull something that hasn't been used for centuries, probably. As you hear like a crushing sound from further down the waterway. You haven't traveled along that path yet. As grinding stones seem to move towards each other, something small screeches and then is silenced. As it appears you've closed the waterway.
That Velignar will like look to the others and like ask, was it useful?
Well, of most things you try and do, nothing bad seemed to happen straight away, so...
Directus says, well, if the water flow is stopped, maybe it will drain out some of the floors, make it easier to explore.
Maybe.
Or flood us all, as we get down
It
there.
appeared the way that closed was the way to continue, but that would also potentially be the way further in to this level, if you will, which seems to have been closed off. So nothing will come from there, at least.
Well, we can probably open the door again if we turn the water wheel the other way, right? That's how those things work.
A wheel can go both ways, yes.
Any other path?
There's the one you just closed, and then there's the path back to the elevator shaft. It appears that whatever interesting giant stuff, probably, I mean, you can go into the waterworks for the path you closed, or you can go further down through the elevator, or like the...
I mean, if the elevator is not completely filled with water, then that seems to be the way to go.
It appears to still be filled with water.
Well, that's sad.
Just dashing your dreams like this.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no other machinery to be manipulated to open something to drain the water, then I guess we have to open the path to the waterway again and look that way.
Seems that it was not by design that it got filled with water.
Yeah, I assumed as much.
Yeah, if we have no other way, I guess we have to open it and just like go in that way, I suppose.
Yeah. So Velignar will try to again turn the water wheel like the other way to undo what he did.
Sure. You do that. Do it the first time, then do it now.
Right. Turn 18.
You're good. I'm telling you,
Good.
you don't have to. You're good. Fine.
I wanted to roll though.
Sure. Very impressive.
Everyone is very impressed.
As
I feel like that's flexing.
visible to you. As you begin to move down the smooth passage. Well, I always said smooth. There's a lot of like holes and breakages in it. This is clearly very, very old. And probably hasn't seen a lot of maintenance even when it wasn't. As such, well, there's a lot of holes in it. As you continue down this path, you find a tunnel that's full of like stalactites, stalagmites. Slowly, perhaps water has been seeping down through cracks in the ceiling, beginning to sort of halfway close it, making it a bit of an obstacle course to get through due to all these like rocky pillars that formed of minerals over the ages. You can break most of them though without too much trouble. Sort of make your way through, but it's pretty clear that nothing big has sort of traversed the area for a good long while.
So the weird footprint has then to come from the elevator shaft. Like something has swum up. Swam
Swam up.
Something has swam up, climbed out, and walked out on paws that are slightly smaller than a bear's.
All whatever the bear thing is doesn't hang out further in the cave than you.
Well, but this was we've been everywhere except.
Might be two different things. One living in the water, and the bear thingies just in the cave mouth.
I guess you mean the bear thing was out? He was out to lunch or something. He was
Yeah.
not around. I guess.
As you push on, you find basically an area further in. Again, this is after quite a long time of walking. Probably the less entertained dragons who are not into cave delving so much. I'm pretty bored at this point. Bashing their way through like an old ruddy waterway. Not really made for sightseeing or walking through. Certainly big enough, made by giants. They seem to not make anything small. As you go far enough to see some chain systems from the ceiling that seem to have currently lowered down 3 sets of thick stone slabs that seem to be able to move up and close the waterway. They seem to have been recently used, crushed what appears to be a sturge in it. And, well, you can probably guess that those are the ones you just manipulated. Beyond that, they seem to also be sort of wet. The sturge is covered in like goop, which is nice, you know.
Is it? Is it really nice?
Who knows? I mean, you could do like a dungeoneering check if you want to check out the goop.
I mean, maybe that's something for Veristrix. Because for Velignev, that was a rhetorical question.
Goopy goop. I mean, sure, goop. It looks interesting.
Lick the goopy sturge to see if it's good.
Well, I'm not going to lick it. I'm sure I can. Appearance tells a lot about the approach to finding out what it is.
I think Verdalith was less bored back when we were staying with Bessarek than she is now.
Mm-hmm.
This journey's been awful.
Yeah, you poke at the goop. It sort of hisses a bit, and then it comes for you.
Oh, of course it does.
Yes,
Goop attack.
Don't goop me, please.
Initiative.
Oh.
The goop.
Surely the goop isn't quick, at least.
Oh my god, what?
Oh,
Quick goop.
That's when the gelatinous cube drops from the ceiling.
No.
You notice that the
Hi.
tunnel is very smooth and.
so the goop
Oh,
moves
no.
up and begins to attack Veristrix.
Rayos.
How rude of it.
Don't attack me.
Now, a lovely thing. The goop, as it sort of begins to move, seems to like bubble and ooze out a lot of what seems to be like almost like a thick gas. You know when you sort of had touched like some like oil or something, you get all like slick. it seems to coat everything around it in sort of like a slickness like that, allowing the ooze to sort of goop around fast. It also smells really, really bad and coats your skin, which is really uncomfortable. While you're within 2 squares of one of these guys, you have -2 to hit.
Okay.
And then it tries to melt your bones.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, 6 acid damage, and you can take a save ends from -2 to fortitude as your scales begin to hiss and sizzle at the touch of this thing.
That was certainly not the thing he wanted to find out by touching this, that it hurts. But he has.
Another one. They seem to hungrily move towards Veristrix, so get him.
God, sure.
Look at that.
Oh, look, my lowest save.
Now it's even lower.
Yeah, now it's even lower. So what? It's a -4 now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
2 saves end.
If I go down to 0, do I end up being like dead or something? Is that a thing in this edition?
No, not
no.
if you're safe.
You just
If
get hit
you're
really
decent.
easily
All right then.
as more goop oozes its way here. Not fast enough to get. But I'll reveal the other goops as you can sort of look around now.
That was half my health.
The issue for me is that I don't want to engage any of these guys because I don't want to get hit, but I need to hit something to activate my stuff. Unless I heal someone straight away, which might just be worth it.
Don't worry, I'm sure the ones dogpiling Veristrix will keep dogpiling Veristrix. You'll be 100% okay.
Yeah, like one more turn like that, and I'll definitely.
They don't seem to be very smart, from what you can sort of. They don't seem to have a lot of brain power. It seems that they're just going for whatever is closest to them.
That's also my exact worry. Well, Bellingham is gonna support Veristrix with some healing, first of all. Which will be enough to activate my thing, covering everyone, which is good. You can spend a healing search, and everyone gets a +1 to all defenses until the end of my next turn. In addition, if you're in the blue aura, you have resist all 2.
That's very nice.
Very nice.
And that'll be valid next turn.
All right. Who's its way over here? I go for Tilbax. Bone melting power. Looks like a no.
The miss.
Tilraxos.
Well. Let's see here. We'll shift. Will we? Let's see here. No. Guess we won't.
Hey, let me put up this aura that gives everyone defense. Oh, okay.
Let's shift here. I think, because then I can charge the ooze 3 over there.
Right. You get your charge game on.
Yeah, get the charge. It's time for the pain train.
What? What do you do when you charge?
I have my horn is very pointy, so I do more damage when I charge.
Oh, of course it is.
Yes, by the power of a helmet. Yeah, shift over here. Activate the Shroud of Darkness. The minor action to give myself some temp HP and more defenses, and then Tyraxis will charge over here. And smash into ooze 3. Trying to
Remember the -2.
Hmm?
Remember you have -2 to hit.
Oh, right.
You're coated in grossness.
Yep. Let's see if I can do it like this. Oh yeah! I said hooyah. 27 versus AC.
That hits.
Alright, and with an additional 1d6, 1 extra damage, and the Dread Smite also kicks in on a melee, on an at-will attack power, which a melee basic attack is. So he will take an additional 5 cold necrotic, as 2 acts as claws flare with winter and darkness, and he will start taking 5 ongoing as well.
Alright.
Yep. Yes, I think that is it
Yeah.
for now.
Begins to freeze and get like stiff.
Yes.
Pudding.
Stiff pudding.
Or attacks of Verdolith.
That will not hit.
Just one. Here, take Valaknith.
Don't do it. No. Doesn't do it.
Verdolith.
Okay. Let's see what I can do here. I was thinking about shifting, but I think I'll keep in my same position. Why don't I utilize, first off, as a minor action, I will activate, I'll spend 1 power point and activate my Battle Mind's Demand, which will mark, in this particular case, Grey Ooze 6 and Grey Ooze 2.
Mark.
Okay. The second thing is I'm going to convert my move action into a minor action and pull out Psionic Vigor for myself, granting me 8 temporary hit points.
Alright.
8 THP. As my standard action, I am going to target Grey Ooze 6. The -2 will be added after the fact of the attack. And I will attack with a... I don't think I'll spend any other my points now. Yeah. Just go ahead and use a Twisted Eye attack. That'll be a 10 versus AC. No.
No.
That'll end my turn.
Right. Restricts.
I can't use implements in melee without getting attacked, so
You can if it's a close power.
I don't have any of those.
Remember to track your healing searches, but I think you spent 1, right?
Oh right, yeah. Why doesn't that? Sure. Can I use my 2 movement actions to shift into the air? Twice. Then go 10 feet up. Out of the reach of this thing.
Can you shift twice? I don't see why not.
If I convert my standard to move, yeah. Right?
Sure, yeah. Oh,
Sure.
I don't see a problem with that right now.
Alright. He'll do that. But also as a question, I'm assuming these guys, if they hit each other, wouldn't do that much, right? Because I'm assuming they're resistant to...
They probably wouldn't acid each other much. No.
Yep, alright. Then my new power doesn't work here. That's fine. He still has a minor. I guess he could just Dragon Breath the ones in front of him. We'll go do that. So, I don't really get any bonuses to this. Yeah, that's not...
That's top one.
That's 1.
Oh,
20?
oh, that hits.
4.
3.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Attack your flying state.
Right.
Right. Well, this Zeus will. You're not there anymore, so guess it was marked, so it'll attack Verdolith.
That will do it, yes.
Oh, sorry. My save. Do I do that now?
Yes, please.
You have 2 saves that you need to do.
Do I have a button for saves? How does this work again? Or do I
Just
just roll a
D20.
d20?
Roll
Okay.
a d20. On a 10 plus, you make it.
It's 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Hits. So reach out for Clifford. Yeah. Begins to acid. I guess break her down, really. this one try to do the same to Telraxos. Oh my.
Yeah, no, that certainly hits.
Alright.
It's all my defenses.
Oh, we don't. Sure. Has to do a save. Just
But yeah.
over here.
Both of you have resist 2.
Move over.
But I don't.
Static death.
Yep. Which one? Number 4. Yep.
Well,
Ugh.
Just take the air and fly away from these things. We can just fly away from them.
Yeah,
you certainly seem to be unable to fly.
I feel like that's a good idea. Would it be enough to be out of the range flying up once?
No, that's 5 feet. You'd be in the range, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That's why I took 2.
Right then, standard and move to fly up twice.
Alright.
And then do the dragon thing of breathing on them from the air. Blah. All these with a -2.
On your next turn, you can smash with the trunk.
Hits. That's okay. And that hits. So that is 6 and
And 6.
and into ooze and hiss.
I mean, we could probably just all fly away.
That's what I plan on doing. I have no interest in this encounter.
Yeah.
Here, attack.
Even with the -2, no, because Sheep's turn ended. That will hit.
Yep.
Telraxos.
We're running away.
I have no interest in this fight.
Yeah, we might as well. We have an easy way out, and these guys aren't really, like, threat.
Sometimes dragons have the privilege of being able to say no.
Alright. If you are fine with not clearing out the mines, I'm fine with that too. So.
I mean, we can do that later, without getting ambushed. Since now we know what we're looking for, sort of.
It's not even a matter of being ambushed. We can just fly through these things. Or over them.
Tyrex will double move and fly up as well then. And just for good measure, he'll give a breath to the thing down here. Maybe he can kill it. Let's see here. Dragon Breath. Whoosh. 13 reflex.
No.
No. And the one below. 27. 11 damage. Lightning crackles.
Yeah. Well, there's only one target they can try to eat left. Try to take Berlith.
Yep, that hits.
And this one over here, do the same.
Yep, that hits.
And I assume Berlith flies up as well.
Yeah.
Which really means that
I mean, I can slowly kill them.
That
I've
do it.
raged.
Kill him.
So
Just
I'll
hang
begin
here,
receding
destroy
back
him.
in their cracks and
Maybe we
hiding
can kill.
place.
Maybe we can kill one or two of them.
sure.
Sure. Why don't you take at least a turn to blast them then?
Sure. Let's see here. We have an AoE here. Yeah. Let's see if I can just blast these guys with
You might want to
AoE.
try to go the one for the one I blooded. You might actually be able to kill it.
Sure. Kill that one. Right. 22 versus what?
Yep.
15 damage. I
That's a lot
don't.
of damage.
Well, that's my 2 points put into that because his encounter's
Oh.
over soon anyway. So
It splats. The others sort of creep back in there. In their spaces. They seem to eat very little. Just whatever comes around. And, if a dragon was to want to live here, maybe it'd be okay that these things existed in this passage, since they seem to not really bother with things that fly above them.
Yeah, they're easier for us to bypass, but not easy for anyone else who doesn't have wings.
Sure.
Until we get attacked by angels or something.
And until the dwarves need to go through here.
Fair. True.
Encounter's over.
That was just a bother.
Well, I guess we'll slowly flap our way further through the passage.
Take a short rest at the end of it, or like a bit away.
Hey, I'm not interested in going further. We need to go back. If you're one to take a short rest.
Yeah, fine with that too.
It's quite a long way back. Then again, I mean, you can certainly fly away from these door things where they seem to live.
Yeah.
Easily enough.
I think we will do just that.
Fly to the other end. Yeah. Have a bit of a land, a place where there's basically very little but rubble. Collapsed bits of ceiling. Take your short rest.
Yes.
I need to spend another healing surge. I tried so hard to avoid it. Alright. How long has this passage been so far, roughly?
Well, I mean, it's hard to tell, right? Because you're underground in a straight passage. But too long.
Too long. That's a good sign.
It's been very long. I mean, it seems to continue for a long way further. If you, could you, I guess, like, that would be like an insight sort of situation to like, see if I can do a
Insight.
bit more.
I
I don't think there's like a geography skill.
Insight.
I'd be okay with dungeoneering too. Let me see if insight is strictly people. Body language, social interactions. Yeah, not insight.
Yeah.
So dungeoneering.
Yeah,
I mean,
me or nature.
it would be. Well, I guess I'll just roll again. Okay.
It's hard to tell, but you're probably going. I mean, if you look at the Serpent Valley map here, it seems that you sort of gone in a bit, and now you sort of turned to find like a room, and now you're going in this direction, pretty straight in this direction.
That's not the way we want to go.
For this water pipe.
Dungeoneering per the book is 100% for determining direction when traveling underground, so most fitting there.
Knowing that there was an ancient water pipe further down the valley, it might connect in some way. It seems indeed that you're in some sort of giant waterworks system. Whatever cool Underdark passage there is would be down that flooded elevator system.
We could go back and see if we can figure out how to drain that thing. But we might have to dive down.
Well, we have found the passage, or we found this
passage
somewhere, which, that's what we wanted to do. and we can
You're
come
pretty
back
sure
later.
that if you go down that elevator, you'll probably get down to something like that people ideally wanted to get down to. This seems mostly to be water tunnel. Probably leads to some places where they wanted water to go.
Maybe there's gold down the elevator.
I'm not going down there.
I'm not going down the elevator either.
So you don't want the gold.
There
Not-
is zero reality in which I'm spending any amount of time heading down there.
There is. It is like not all of the party can swim. First of all. Second of all, we have seen incredibly something big and pale move down there. Who knows what that is? We need to. If we're gonna go down that elevator, we need to drain it first. We can't swim.
Well, our options are we follow this passage to see where it leads, which would be the easiest thing to do, or we go back and mess with metal chains and machinery until something happens.
I choose neither option. I'm leaving the Promised Passage. I'm done with this cavern. That's my vote.
I'm fine with to see where this leads or investigate the machinery. Maybe we can get something to work. But even so, draining that elevator is probably going to take a while. Like even if we find somewhere to, excise the water, probably won't drain quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be a longer project. Might be like we find a lever and then it's gone.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
We know what's down here. Let's come back when we have something to deal with it. He came here to figure out where it was and what it's about, and we know that there's stuff in our way. So we'll come back later when we have a plan to deal with it. But right now, following long paths to who knows where, with not really much way to get back if something does happen to us because it's a long way, is not a good idea. And messing about with machinery, where this is clearly a lair for something, might attract it back. So let's just leave, I think.
Fine. At least something interesting to keep in mind then.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, I want to go in there, but not now.
Then I suppose we can head outside and see if we can lure one of those big birds down. Give it a clubbing.
We could do that.
Because we're avoiding the wizard camp until we're ready to actually strike at it, and I'm not sure that we are.
Yeah, I'm definitely worried about that encounter.
Yes. But a bird,
How bad can that be?
probably pretty bad. But it might be a rock or something. But but at least we will know what we're up against,
I remember when Sheep wanted that goal etched down on the scroll of list of goals.
I
We
mean,
must find out.
the way to discover it would be simple. Go to an open location.
And scream.
Ideally.
Hmm.
That sounds
Look
like
tired,
something.
wounded. Seems to be what they're attracted to.
Alright.
Looks rather malignant.
Yep.
I'm not playing
You're up.
bait.
Yeah, you sure
No.
are.
You wanted this.
Yeah, you limp out there, and you look tasty.
I
Right.
can't. I'm
Devices on him.
You've looked shy before. You can look
Yes,
tasty
yeah.
now. If you want the bird to be in range for you to destroy, so that you can discover how the bird works.
I mean, if none of you are capable of taking this incredibly important task,
I mean,
Yes,
know
I
what?
think you are indeed the only person who could do this monumentous achievement.
Would that be a bluff check, Manaki? To try to look tasty?
I mean, yeah. If you're trying to like play like the wounded
Damsel
deer
in
card,
distress.
then yes, then you would be trying to bluff the bird.
Maybe Veristrix could do that.
I have a
guess.
pretty good bluff check, guys.
Oh, woe is me! Lay on your back, flip the legs up.
I mean, I do look pretty defenseless anyway.
Yeah, but you also are very defenseless.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah.
why it's a good idea because I don't have to do much to look the part.
You know what? Tyraxos looks up and down at Restrix, and although he would never admit it, he is slightly worried about the puny dragon. You know, his scales are soft,
Yeah.
and he's not that strong a body.
But the only reason he's worried is because that damn ritual.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
Like, if Veristrix dies, it really puts a damper on Tyraxos' plan.
Yeah. So Tyraxos can try to fake being tasty.
I love this. This is great.
All right. I mean, I guess you're like moving to a place like a bit further up the cliff, or
Yes.
maybe a bit further down, since there's Thayans that way.
Yeah, and away from the Thanes.
A different cliff would be. I mean, there's two convenient areas. There's, outside the broken tomb, or where you met where you found the ragged dwarf camp. That certainly seemed to be a great place for them to get eaten if they hung out there for long.
Alright, sounds great.
Yeah,
Or
Ragged
up
Dwarf
in
Camp
the
seems like
Nathland potato farm, but they probably wouldn't appreciate that.
Obviously, Tyraxos has to be separated from us so that he can look wounded and alone. And
Yes.
He
appropriate
wants
target.
to do this solo. Then so be it.
Well, that's one way of
Oh, no.
misinterpreting what I mean, but yes.
Flip prone and
I want
his
to
legs in the
prepare
air.
an action, actually, if that is possible.
Yeah.
For when a bird comes into range, I will immediately Shroud of Shadow to try to raise my defenses
All right.
as a reaction to it.
It is likely that they're faster than you. Which is a
It's true.
thing.
Could do a check then, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see if you can bluff to look really tasty and helpless.
Let's see if
Oh,
I
I'm a
can look-
helpless dragon. Oh,
Oh no!
oh, I'm so wounded, ever so wounded.
Yes,
I could punch
Oh,
you if
my
you want.
leg, my old bone.
that wouldn't.
If only I hadn't been so succulent.
All this meat I have. Oh,
You still have that trunk, right? I'm sure we can make a dragon bruise.
let's see.
At that point, it's
I
turned
am
into a smoke
really
stick.
convincing.
Oh God, yes, you're incredibly convincing. Not a single bird shows up.
Oh,
No,
no.
Oh.
The two that have been following you, and like they seem excited, and then like another one comes over, and it's not long before these circles grow down to the point where they seem to not be able to like. This is a dragon. It's a little scary for them, but they seem to not be able to help themselves.
Yeah.
So they
I feel like-
quite
Like we
Excited.
overshot our goal here.
want to.
No,
to
this
get-
was exactly as planned.
get this get the dragon. So I suppose the whole thing will start when one of them gets within range, huh?
Yeah.
How about the rest of you? You're like hiding or something?
Yeah,
behind rocks.
that's all the idea, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. I think with the I wouldn't normally you would probably stealth, but I think with that bluff check, I don't think it's needed. I think the birds are
Alright.
pretty focused. Like,
Like,
oh,
we're
fish
all
meal.
distracted, and
Yes,
yes,
there's
he's
a-
completely isolated.
There's a
The stop
show
check is
going on here.
unnecessary.
Yeah.
Alright. Show me the bird.
This is the session where Tyraxos is carried away.
I mean, you've been told your tactics. You've
This
been
is
informed of what you're calling down upon yourself. So, as indeed a large bird swoops down,
Oh, great.
doing a diving charge attack.
Does my shroud activate?
Sure,
Wonderful. Help.
it will come down, and it actually has long enough legs and talons to sort of flap its wings out wide, and then just like jump down, grab, and then instantly pull back. Because it attacks with range. Range melee, in fact.
ugh.
Of course it does.
Attack from above.
From the high ground.
Aha! It is a miss.
Oh, it's a one. It
Even though you're prone.
attacks, but it's too greedy. It scratches wildly. It's another one. Probably tries to move in, to join as they screech at each other. This food is already dead.
Oh,
Thank you.
yes,
God,
two
there's
of them.
a lot of-
This is great. I love this.
I'm gonna. If these two hit, I'm dead. Just so you know.
So let's roll initiative, because I imagine at this point that you kind of want to
Yeah.
Oh, there's 3 of them. Oh, that's not good.
This is too many birds.
No,
It's fine.
this is great.
Oh,
This is
yes!
great.
It's fine, I got this. No problem.
Well, look at you winning initiative, like greedily, like looking at the bird.
I have the controller. I should be winning initiative. It's
should,
upsetting.
Number 1 just acted, so we'll skip him.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
6 from behind your little rock. You see them. They seem to be diving down. They seem to be hungry for some tilrac sauce. And they seem to have
Tilrac
rather
sauce.
large,
I like
strong claws that seem to be. They got young to feed, and
Okay.
this dragon's gonna do nicely for today.
All right. So let's see here. In terms of moving, sliding squares, is diagonal count as 1 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All ones.
All right. Okay. I have. Sure. Okay. Veristrix will use his new power that he has learned. So, Blood Eagle Hunter 2 will feel the will of Veristrix basically completely and trying to completely envelop its mind. That works. Oh God, why? Why? I hate this. 9 versus will.
No, that does not seem to be enough to overpower the birds.
That's fine. He'll action point and he'll try it again.
Pretty tremendous hunters, actually. Pretty strong wills.
Might be daily
Birds.
time. Honestly.
Sure, why not? What's no? Because that's versus like. Actually, that's not bad. Sure, I'll use my daily on the. I'll use an action point and use my daily on the eagle in front of me.
That's a
Crit.
crit.
Crit doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
do anything
Doesn't
now.
matter. It's immobilized. So now
Falls
I
to the
can.
ground then. If it's immobilized, right?
Yeah, it is immobilized. So
I believe it stays there.
No, I think it falls to the ground. If it
I don't know.
can move.
Someone look it up while we can.
yeah. Anyway, I'm throwing it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So minor action. I'm gonna throw it as a missile towards 20 versus reflex on Blood Eagle Hunter 3.
like this? Is that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, slide it. Yeah, it has to be adjacent. Oh no, it actually doesn't. Slide it as far.
How many do you have? How much do you slide?
I think we may have just
10?
lost him.
Right, he's there.
So the 3 takes 11 damage. 2 takes half that damage. And they both fall prone.
Prone creatures are the ones, according to conditions, that will will fall. Like if you're flying, you safely descend a distance equal to your fly speed. If you don't reach the ground, you fall.
They are certainly not their fly speed up. They're pretty damn fast. So they will both flop like wildly, smacking into one another. 3 probably screeching and scratching in the air, like because it thinks it's getting attacked by the other one over the meat,
Yes.
or the food, as they like flop to the ground.
Alright, this is good.
One of them held there.
Yeah, that's Veristrix. Actually, he might move over here. far away. Yeah, that's him. 2 eagles down for now.
He is immobilized, save ends. Right, Verlith. Look like 2 eagles are down. The other one seems hungry for some tilback sauce. And
All right. Move action will take me. Let's see here. 1, 2. We'll say here. Yeah, here seems good. I like this here. Great. Here. As a standard action, she is going to extend her claw towards Blood Eagle Hunter 1. And I'm going to spend 2 power points in activating the Lodestone lore. Actually, I suppose I should ask a question. Would I need to be here in order to hit this with like a range 5? Because it's flying.
yes.
that'll be
For
fine.
simplicity, let's just say that when you'd want to hit someone with range power from the ground, it's just 1 more square than normal when they're in
Okay.
the air.
All right.
Just to not have to worry about that ever.
All right. Lodestone lore with 2 augment power points becomes a melee 5 attack. I will use that against the flying Blood Eagle. That is 22 versus Will.
That certainly hits.
The eagle takes 4 damage. It actually will take a total of 5 extra due to the augment 2.
5 extra?
Yeah, like it takes a total of 9 damage. It's pulled 4 squares towards me. It's knocked prone and can only move to squares that are adjacent to me.
And then prone.
As like the bird, like the line like goes like into the bird's head and tugs the bird, and it slams down to the ground next to her.
Eagles down, I repeat, eagles down.
Dust just flaring up everywhere.
As my minor action, I will activate Psionic Vigor and end my turn.
Alright. Well, this one will sort of do what they do. By doing its takeoff. Standing up from being prone, and then using standard action for slight takeoff, shifting a bunch of squares to really get into flying mode again. It didn't particularly like this whole being attacked by the buddy, but it'll spend its turn getting in the air. This one it can't move.
Can save from that.
So I guess it has to do a save.
Yeah, that's
Which it makes.
yeah.
It's no longer immobilized. Still just laying there. Till Rexos.
Yes, well,
The ruse functioned.
it sure did. A little bit better than we thought. He's gonna get up from prone. And then he will tear into Blood Eagle Hunter 1 here.
Oh, you have combat advantage.
I do. And I shall use it by using the daily.
It's like I made sure to position myself to try and lure this damn eagle in.
Tyraxus appreciates it. Verdolith certainly knows, how to please. Set up a pleasing combat situation, and he will take advantage of it.
Difficulty of constantly swinging claws and beak all over.
Yes. We are having combat advantage. And we will rip into
Don't
this.
blow the daily.
I'll try. Hoya! 28 versus AC.
It's reliable anyway, so you can get it
A lot
back.
of damage.
Yep. 42
Spicy.
damage as Tyraxus rips into the bird.
Goodbye. It's probably not dead, but definitely bloodied.
Alright, then we will action point. And
It cuts into it. It sort of screeches loudly. The other birds look hungrily at it.
maybe we can use it as a distraction. Yeah, action point, and we're gonna vengeance strike.
That's what you get for trying to eat me, you fucking bird!
Let's see here. Yes.
The bird, like prone on the ground, like flapping angrily.
Oh yeah, like
Caw-caw!
great thing. Swinging wings and claws, and
24 versus AC.
that hits.
21 damage.
Staggered,
Alright.
stumbling on its
Dread
bloodied
Smite.
feet.
Fuck it.
Oh,
5 more damage and 5 ongoing. Die! Die!
oh, it's bleeding. Oh, it's terrible. Claws. It certainly knows that this is a will die, but it has children back home, and it can't abandon that.
I think it can. Minor action Dragon Breath. Because fuck this thing.
Right?
You're gonna hit me with the dragon breath.
No, I can angle it
No,
upwards.
you can angle that.
You do it like that way.
Ah, yeah.
Yes.
If you want, you can.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Do I have combat advantage? So, and that is a crit for 14 damage.
Wow. Alright.
Well, it doesn't
It-
matter that it can't move until the end.
It does not. It does not overkill it by a point.
Well,
Perfection.
Why don't you describe that turn to us?
well, Tyraxus, as the bird swoops down to claw him, the shadows spring up and come to life around him, possibly confusing it. At the same second that happens, Verdolith steps forward uses her strange magical powers to draw the bird in and like flips it onto the ground like a psychic hammer. At that point, Tyraxos launches from the ground, roaring a battle cry, his claws gleaming in the sun, and just completely rips into it. Like he just, blood fury overtakes him, and he rips and tears and rips and tears. And then he rips and tears again, the howling in fury of this, the indignity of these lowly, stupid creatures hindering the great dragons from flying in their valley. Darkness coalesces frost, and then at the end of it, he just roars and lightning shoots out, scorching the bird to a crisp. It's just feathers and ash fly everywhere. There is a distinct smell of rotting flesh and burnt ozone around him.
Hunters become the hunted.
Yes, that's right.
He stands there, I imagine, like breathing hard, like...
Yeah, it's just lightning sparks and cold just oozing around him as he just pants.
And we know all that damage combined from your action point crit entire turn, and my it was just enough damage.
Just enough.
To kill one of these things. We might have a problem here, but...
It fought to the very end. Malignant.
So
One of them
there's...
seems to look at you.
Yeah.
Isolated, you're alone.
I mean, there's two possible ways here. One is to spend a turn doing fuck all, and the other is to charge this guy.
Are you going to charge the prone Blood Eagle Hunter too?
I was more thinking of charging this guy
He's in the air.
because he's in range.
I'm
I
sure.
can fly charge, right? That's a thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't reach this guy even with a double move.
Move under him and fly up.
If that's possible, that is exactly what Bellignif wants to do. He doesn't want to get... He doesn't want to get outdone by either Thoraxos or a bird. So
No, the bird will get an opportunity attack against Malignif, I'm pretty sure, due to the reach, right? Or is that not a thing?
Depends on how
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
good news.
It's attacks that it can do.
Alright.
That's that.
Hard for me to
It doesn't...
damn D&D versions.
I know.
I'm very confused.
And Bellignif will... he won't charge, he'll move.
Alright.
He'll move, because he wants to also use his daily.
So he moves how far?
Yeah, keep in mind that your fly speed is 2.
That is a good
He'd be
point.
able
I'm
to
free
move
away.
and then standard action charge.
But then I can't use my daily.
True. But surely you'll last more than a round.
But I don't think he can get there anyway, so...
That's a fair point.
He can move and then straight up.
Oh yeah, no, but what he's saying is that he can't use his daily, but he can't use his daily anyway because he can't get there, so...
Yeah, I can't get that.
Yeah.
That is sad.
It is.
No, Bird, you may live another turn.
Unless you action pointed, which according to your token you have that.
Yes, I don't want to do that yet though.
Okay.
Bellignif will go over here and do total defense.
Tell us what. I don't remember what total defense does.
Total defense +2 to all defenses until the start of my next turn.
Alright.
He's gonna hunker down, he's gonna, brace for impact. That damn bird is gonna come and it's not gonna do anything.
Huh. One is dead. Very strict.
I need that bird to go closer. Wait, how far are they away from each other? Definitely more than 3 squares. Alright. Let's try and weaken this Blood Eagle Hunter 3 here with a Mind Thrust. Yes. 20 versus Will.
That hits.
5 psychic damage. I need to get closer for the...
Oh, minimal damage, that's sad.
What else can I do? I can do that. He will use his minor to distract the Blood Eagle Hunter 3, which means the next attack has combat advantage on it.
Alright, I guess we'll add like a yellow one. It's distracted. He's looking delicious over there.
Yeah. There's like a woodpecker pecking at his brain in a psychic sense, distracting it.
But look at the dead bird over here, the brain worm says.
Yeah.
Birdlith.
Okay. Standard action is going to be to expend 2 power points and perform the lodestone lure maneuver against Blood Eagle Hunter 3. This will be with combat advantage, so it'll get a +2 modifier.
Put this over here.
Clear the
That'll
plate.
be. That will be 19 versus will.
19 versus will hits.
All right, that'll be 7 untyped damage, and it's pulled 5 squares towards me and knocked prone.
Yes.
As the line comes out and the catches the face of the creature and pulls a psychic tug, and the great eagle falls and crashes to the ground. So it's knocked prone, and it can only move to squares that are adjacent to me until the end of my next turn. That was my standard action. A minor action is going to be used to breathe fire. Not fire. What the hell am I, a red dragon? To breathe poison over Blood Eagle Hunter 3. 23 versus reflex for 10 poison damage. And a move action will be converted into a minor to mark the eagle. That'll be the end of my turn.
Well, it's gonna stand up, awkwardly flopping, and then it's gonna. That was very rude, and it doesn't like it. Now it could. Well, it can't move away, so
Yeah, it can only move to squares that are adjacent to me.
it will use its talon dive, basically just jumping up slightly and then ripping down its talons.
It does not.
Oh, that's not. They've not been doing well in their attack rolls.
That is an abysmal roll for it.
Those slimes were fucking rolling amazingly, but
I will use my immediate reaction to activate my Persistent Harrier ability. 15 versus armor class?
no.
Alright. As Verliv briefly fades out and the claw tries to attack the eagle's wing from behind, but she's never fought one of these fucking blood eagles before either.
They're pretty big. Gotta be careful. They
Yeah.
seem to just be defending themselves by swinging sharp things everywhere.
Alright.
All right. Well, this one will get up, and then it too will do its takeoff. It's really too far. They're not too fast on the ground. It will use its sly takeoff, move, shift, and then fly. Squares. Get over here and be flying.
Can I ask a question, Manaki?
Yes.
Their melee basic attacks, do they also have that melee reach thing, or is it just...
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. That's all I wanted to ask.
The idea of them is that they fly around and scratch things on the ground that can't fly, so that the things can't hurt them back.
We need
Great.
reach, so we can do that.
So Raxos.
Well, I'm gonna delay until after Blackguard.
Right.
And see if I can finally pretend to be a leader, do leader things.
Well,
Well enough will.
First person who attacks it has advantage.
That's
I
fine.
attacked.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, Vedlev attacked, so that's irrelevant. Vedlev is gonna attack this eagle with very appropriately named Executioner's Call.
Keep calling executioner.
You better
Yeah.
beat the shit out of it with your daily, damn.
That hits.
It's not a daily, it's an encounter, but it'll give a bunch of bonuses to Tyraxus.
Oh, this one. This
Um,
one, right.
In addition, might as well spend a action point. And also attack with the word of
You do
diminishment.
7 damage, huh?
Yes. Or do I use my other encounter? Let's just use the other encounter. But
Why not?
why not?
Yeah.
The reversed wrath for Velignif is angry, but this bird is also angry, but it'll regret being angry. Because that's how that works.
It's like
27 for
like a
another 7.
Yu-Gi-Oh
That
move.
hits. Yeah.
Yeah, I counter your anger with my
Bloodied.
own anger.
Yes. What
Alright.
does that do? God.
The next time it attacks, it provokes an opportunity attack from myself or someone of my choosing.
Excellent.
All right.
And that'll be actually, you know what? Let's put some fire on top. Can't hit both, unfortunately. Burn it.
Are you
Don't
gonna
worry
use
about it.
your? Are you gonna use the burning gloves to make it?
No.
Okay. Whoosh.
I think that's enough.
On one hand, I want you to kill it. On the other hand, I don't want you to kill it because I want to try something.
Well,
but kill it anyway.
Tyraxus will step here, and then he will charge with his standard action. Charge in. Get it.
You have a +5 to hit and a +2
Jesus.
to damage.
Excellent.
That's when you pull what these birds have been doing and roll a 1.
Yeah,
Like,
might.
shit.
Yeah. Come on.
Correct!
Maximum damage.
They're not dead yet, Jim. They don't count as zombies, but fine. Kill all the fucking birds. Alright, so does Sheep have any bonuses
Oh, actually,
to
there's an additional 1d6 for 2.
Charge.
For 2 from the helmet, and you know what? I will actually use my Spirit of Vice to burn some temporary hit points to do 3 more damage. So an additional 5 damage in total.
that? So 33.
Yes.
Yep. Well,
It's just turned to Valgnith, you know, after being knocked down and ripped apart and trying to scratch, and then I guess Sobex just is on its back,
Yes.
taking the opening Eliza's made.
Tilraxus has suffered many indignities, but damn it will not be the birds.
No. Not this day. Finally, he's fighting back.
Alright. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
done.
Right, Strix.
There's
There's one more, though it seems to be considering its options.
kill
Yeah,
it.
well, yeah.
Don't let it leave.
It will tell the others.
We have no means to stop it from leaving if it wants to peace out.
I'm assuming that misses, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's sim then.
Verdolith will spend a move action, taking to these guys. Convert the standard to a move to basically come to like right here and like gesture towards the blood eagle like, you want to have a giggle, mate? You want to leave? The extent of it.
Well.
It's the end of my turn.
You know, it'll try. Its thing. You're right there after all.
I am right there.
It'll try to do its diving charge.
Yeah, though I am in the air, so it dives, I guess, forward at me instead of...
Yeah.
Alright. I take
Lunge.
23 points of damage, and I'll fall prone.
Okay, that makes it. That, you know what? This seems to be working. It feels great.
Let me pull out my calculator.
Will at the same time do what it does best and create some distance. Preparing to swoop back in. But yes.
Well, Blackguard sort of has to wander towards it.
No, we can just prepare actions, like when it comes close, we can attack it.
It's not gonna come close, it's running away.
It's going to do it. It's going to keep doing diving charges.
Yeah. No, yeah, I really don't want it to attack me because I don't have any healing surges left. Blackguard is gonna pound the floor to trigger his Rune of Mending on Verdolith, because might as well, you're gonna spend that healing surge anyways. And this gives us bonuses, which I will use for protection. So Verdolith gets to spend a healing surge, and everyone gets a +2 to defenses, and then Blackguard is gonna shuffle over here and make sure that everyone is surrounding him so he can protect them.
Raxos.
We'll immediately leave the protection. Because if we
You
can't prepare, stuff to actually engage this bird, we have to go to it. So I am planning to like move here and then fly charge upwards towards it. Will that be enough?
Yes.
Alright, then we shall
Again,
do that.
there are other things we could do with flying, but given how much you guys are going to be flying, I just want it to be as simple as possible.
Alright, here we go. I'm charging. Yes. Rar. 17 AC? Probably not.
No.
No. Well, it was a brave attempt.
You're isolated, though. The eagle likes that.
I bet it does.
Very strict.
It's too far away for me to hit it, so... Actually, no, it's not. It's just 1 square up, right? For flying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, sure, I can hit that. Yeah.
Crit?
Crit for 14 damage.
Nice.
Yeah. Mac.
Alright.
Does it do?
Nothing. It's a ranged attack.
Okay.
I blew
Gotta
everything
get some
earlier. I
migraine.
missed I missed everything else earlier, so I don't have anything else to do.
Really?
Vertilith usually move action to stand up, like stars like dancing around like her head after that smackdown. Fucking eagle dealt.
Basketball.
Like look, like shake her head vigorously. Gotta convert my standard into a move to take me here. And then I am going to use... we can go here. Yeah, there's fine. Would be great. And then as a minor action, because I can reach up that far, I will mark Blood Eagle. That'll be the end of my turn.
Alright. Well. Solvax is right here, so he'll get a Talon dive.
Certainly a hit.
No +1s I can give would do anything against that.
Seems to be doing much more damage with this attack than did before, for some reason. Oh well.
Hmm?
No, it's just...
What?
It did like, the basic attack just did 12 damage
Oh,
before,
it was
now
just
did
very bad
23.
rolls.
I guess so.
These birds are really dangerous. It's just
I suppose so.
not manifesting at some point. When it's all like 1s and 2s on the damage die and similar crap on that. And then it will use its slight takeoff to shift and then fly.
It's not take it off though, is it?
Okay. It,
Okay.
is the flight like part of the shifting?
Yes,
Okay, then,
same action.
it is, I guess I'll end up appearing in the damn air.
Well, sure.
Geez, I'll be marked by you shifts.
That's right. And okay, yeah. The bird does not expect that. That's usually not how this goes. These things can fly. It's not used to that. Well, it tried. Well enough.
Well, these birds sure are dangerous. Dangerous enough for me to use a daily, you think?
Actually, let's rewind that. If it had been adjacent to me, I would have been able to hit with the Mind Spike. I was down on the ground. I'm not
Alright.
there.
Okay.
Might be.
Yeah, I think so. Then I wouldn't move there though. Can I undo?
That's a very last movement.
Yeah, I already moved twice. I think I was like, yeah.
Yeah, Jonas, if only I had been in the air, that would have been the time to Mind Spike it for 23 damage. I was like, damn it!
What a beautiful thought.
Yeah, Valinov is gonna chase this eagle on the ground, running after it, and will use the Shield of Sacrifice, bolstering himself and Toraxos and Vertilith.
Before I forget.
He'll take a healing surge from Toraxos because he has the most.
Sure.
Drains and
And-
powers, ally.
Both Toraxos. Let's see. Wait. One or two allies. Yeah. Both you and Vertilith get to spend healing surges.
Okay.
I choose not to spend a healing surge.
I will spend healing surge.
No, you get healing as if you had spent the healing surge because
Oh.
Toraxos one is used.
I am fueling it.
Alright, I'll regain 7 hit points. And be maxed.
It's basically free
Yeah.
at that point.
Free healing. Except for Chilvaxos.
Actually, I should not have moved next to the bird in retrospect because
Oh,
I'm
the
not
bird
getting
is
the
happy.
It's
benefit.
okay. It's okay. You're not next to the bird.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fine.
below the bird. I'm
Right by the claws.
barking at the bird.
talons.
That's good. But yeah, both of you have a +5 to AC until the end of Belignus next turn.
Well, that's useful.
Reckless.
That was a minor action,
Oh, okay. Well,
so I'm gonna use a move action to actually
ooh.
leave again.
Okay.
All right. You're taunting it.
Yeah.
You can't bring
So
down
you use,
there.
you use your standard to walk up next to the Blood Eagle, and then a minor, then a move to walk away?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
I don't want to end
Excellent.
next to the bird because I have no healing surges left.
T-Rexes will fly charge the bird.
Oh, you have like 2.
Roar!
Yeah, I know, and they're very precious to me.
I named them.
Yeah.
Bet you did.
Tiberius and gang.
Yeah.
All right. You want to fight the
Yeah. Fight.
hunter again? Sure.
Wow. 30
We
versus
prefer to
60.
recharge its like
That's a
dive target.
Oh, damage.
That hits.
Yeah, it sure does. With an additional...
Should make a charge macro.
I should. For another 3, and we will tack on the Dread Smite for another 5, and 5 ongoing.
That's the second time you used that. Right?
That's the last one I have. And yeah, that's it.
All right.
Actually, I have a minor, so Vice's reward. Get 5 temporary hit points and yeah, +2 defense.
Yeah, the power bonus does not stack with the +5.
It doesn't want to play with you. You murder all its friends or rivals or other birds. You seem dangerous. The birds are not into fighting the dangerous foes.
That's why it attacked you last turn. When it expressed its
Get
displeasure
rid
with
of
you.
That miss.
No, willful birds.
Yeah. Proud hunters.
That's it.
All right. Really?
Alright. Let's go ahead and move my 5 squares to here. And then a standard into a move action to fly up, I guess. That will be the... Yeah, there's no minor I have to do. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. It'll do its move to shift and then fly.
Okay. As it does that, I will appear next to it this time, because I am adjacent to it.
You are. And then it'll try to, well,
We'll be here. That's
it'll
sexy.
try to go for various tricks, though. Seems like that's, it was isolated. Looks like a good target for a dive.
From the bird's point of view, it rips into Veristrix, and then, for some reason, as if an illusion being lifted, basically, it actually never happened, and he actually missed.
Oh.
Veristrix is just standing there, no injury whatsoever.
Veristrix is too smart
Okay.
for the bird.
Yeah, it's, his will has become reality. He did not want to become hit, and that is exactly what happened.
Well, okay.
He foresaw this move.
It does not save.
Excellent.
Yeah.
The cold and darkness keeps eating away at it.
I guess.
Well. Bird is flying, but maybe this whole running after and then charging thing actually is useful.
I mean,
If I do it from here, I probably get combat advantage.
speaking
So
of
you'll-
charging, Jonas, it's going to be great for you. You can fly charge.
Yeah, I can fly charge.
Ah.
You know, aren't you too far away?
No,
No.
not
Oh no, you
really.
can.
You can
You-
move
You're
and then-
barely there. Yeah,
No, not if just keep this one free for me, and I'll
yeah Wellington will charge like so.
clonk.
Up into the air, biting into this.
The slowest
thing,
charge in
hopefully.
history.
Combat advantage. 26.
Yes.
Good.
Bloodied.
And that's that.
Alright, Telvaxos.
Alright.
Complete the mission.
Yes, I will certainly try. Fly charge! Ah! Bonk. Let's see here. +1 and wow! 28 versus AC, hooray! And an additional 1d6, 2, so 20 damage to the eagle from the charge.
And 20 damage.
Yep.
Oh,
That's a lot of damage.
Well,
Squawk.
squawk. Yeah, I can't. I'm done. I'm all spent.
Restricts.
Complete the mission.
Shift away. And yeah. Mind blast him. That's a miss.
Miss.
Those are some willful birds.
Yeah.
They are. Not too tough, but plenty fast.
Okay. Standard action is going to be to perform the conductive defense attack against this bird. This will be at a +2 to the attack roll and +1 to damage.
Shock.
This will be a 22 versus reflex for 15 lightning
Yep,
damage.
that does it.
Not fast enough to dodge lightning.
That's right.
15?
13.
13.
Dude.
Sap.
And then, and if it chooses to attack one of my allies, it will take 4 lightning damage. I will then, I will then squat on. I'll then expend my action point, just in case, like this brave critter gets the chance to try to run away with its few hit points that it has. And now that I've hit it with the conductive defense, why don't we give it a good old tug for humiliation's sake? I'm right next to it. It'll be great. We'll hit it with a lodestone lore attack. It's at a melee 2, and it's definitely within that. This will be 19 versus will for 5 points of damage.
19 does it. And 5 does it.
As the line comes out and tugs the bird, and it falls.
Crashes into the ground.
Smashing into the ground, dead. I should look at what you've wrought. Blood across the sandy rock. I want bird to see the sky immediately. Probably more out there, but right here.
Well,
Just have delicious bird meal.
we do.
Yeah.
There's not that much meat on them, but there will be enough meat on 3 of them.
They're pretty big.
First proper meal in a long time.
That's right. Actually,
I think Never's gonna burn it.
well, I'm gonna go for the one I actually
Some of them
killed with
all
lightning.
burned and jugged and poisoned and
The
psychically
Zapped by lightning, yes,
Yeah,
and already
that-
pretty
various-
good, yeah.
the lightning one is the one to Raxus wants.
And I wonder what the Aristrix likes. Like, he likes his meat, like,
hallucinating. and
really
screaming.
unnerved.
Ah!
Like, incredibly, like,
Unwilling.
He wants his food to have a terrible time.
He wants his food to be unwilling and not participating, not wanting to participate. There you go.
Non-participating food.
I will not participate in your eating of me.
I like my meat like I like my men.
Wait,
Wait,
that's creepy.
Which is also like how I like my coffee.
I was trying to do a play on words about the whole like men and coffee
Sheep,
thing, but it
I,
sounded very wrong.
This really changes our relationship, I think.
Can I just say disclaimer? I'm not like that.
It's a bit.
Opinions expressed by Aristrix.
I like my meat like I've been thoroughly beaten.
Oh gosh.
Wow. All right, let's move on.
Sheep. My god.
I need a second.
I need a cigarette.
Oof.
You will.
Oh boy. Well, Tyraxus will proudly eat his lightning scorched bird.
A query about rules, Manaki. Does that count as us having 4 encounters without having a long rest?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure what with like we peached out of the one with the oozes, but I didn't know whether that still counted.
You still battle
Okay.
losers. So you get an action.
All right.
Ooh, action bar.
I think that after we have eaten some of this delicious bird, we should bring some of these corpses home, some trophies. Maybe something good can be crafted from them.
Birds.
Yeah, talons, feathers.
Yeah. You have like a headdress.
Yeah, exactly.
Feather crown.
Yeah, or at
I am
least
Bird King.
Tyraxus sits on top to look up tower. I'm the Bird King. Woo.
If nothing else, I think dragging the bodies home to that extent, I don't think Vertiliv is going to eat and will encourage, like, unless Veristrix wants to eat. He never seemed like much of an eater, but bird needs to be dragged home to properly display to all other birds
Yes,
that we are forced to be reckoned with.
for sure.
A message.
That said, Tyraxus will dig into the bird and eat its heart.
Sure.
Like, we only have to drag one bird. We don't have to drag birds.
I'm
It's
gonna
fine.
I think that will eat whatever is tastiest.
Well, he'll have to try everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Very messily because it destroys the bird as he like. He
Oh, yeah,
smacks
that's
it
the
around.
only real way to find out what's tasty.
Only in destruction is taste revealed.
He eats like a nice paste.
Yes.
Bird
You
paste.
accept this culinary compulsion.
Yes, its
A
culinary
mix of-
compulsion is invoked against
If he
Blackguard.
wasn't a red dragon, he would be now.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can't see that he's a messy eater from a distance.
yeah, it's a clever use of color.
Until he eats oozes, and then it's kind of he's rumbled.
Valky, you all right with us not eating this bird that's closest to us? Vertiliv thinks that she'll drag it back across the valley to demonstrate to other birds.
You know,
Not the fuck
if he's not the one carrying it, you do whatever you want with that
Yeah.
bird.
That is something worth expending effort for. Damn it!
The
Don't fuck with me, birds.
yeah, Tyraxus, after eating the heart of the bird and savoring the bitter taste of it, he will also drag this corpse home because, goddammit, he killed this thing himself.
Yes, solely himself, and
Yes.
with no other setup or assistant in any way, shape, or form.
No dailies were wasted in the killing of these birds.
He recognizes and appreciates Vertilith's continuing support of Tyraxus' great
Feels a
ambitions.
sense of
But
accomplishment.
there was there's a lot of Tyraxus
Yeah.
in this bird, so to speak.
Yeah.
If you
No,
no, it's stuffing the bird with my damage.
stop.
With big horn, charge the
Your
bird.
rock hard pillar of lightning damage. I get it.
Big horn.
Yeah, horn first, charge into the bird.
That's what it's really for on that damn.
Totally, the bird is slain by Tyraxus' big horn, and that's what it's gonna be.
Conquered.
Vertiliv just wants everyone to understand that only one of us can scorpion Mortal Kombat beat these birds.
Get over here!
It doesn't seem to lose a lot of power when they're on the ground.
I will say that I think that is my favorite power you have so far. It is.
I
pretty
warned
good.
you folks about this.
It
We went
is,
to level
it
where you're like,
is.
this is my power.
It is delicious, especially and like we have a lot of things to put things prone in this party, and it's great. It's
Like that Runestone lore power is the way for like the defender battle mind to reach out and grab things that would otherwise escape, like flying creatures.
it is wonderful. We are dragging the corpses home, Manaki.
Boy, I hope the Thayans don't see this. Fucking
Sure. There's like a nice treg of. Well, you did do it like by the camp here.
yeah, right.
So you're
Yeah,
further
that's
down.
right.
It doesn't seem like the Thayan. From the look of it, there hasn't really been a lot of like they haven't really walked a lot around. Probably aren't that many of them there. They
Right.
usually don't travel in big groups.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we will take the time to make our way back to our headquarters.
Drag your bodies. They get somewhat muddy, I suppose, but
We have
they're already messy.
minions to clean
You
them up.
can drag them back to.
A demonstration to all watchers, the little tiny things in the shadows, the other eagles.
You've been out for quite a while, especially going as far into this like water pipe as you did.
It is about sending a message. And the message is, get the fuck out of our valley, birds.
Birds. Yeah.
Birds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We come back like birds have moved into our camp.
Ah!
We talked to the bird leader. They're really very. Oh God!
And they swoop down to give us presents. And we just completely rip them apart.
I wonder where Hans is. He's always the most friendly.
They were just really taking you to parlay with
Yeah.
the leader. That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of palais, as you're sort of, I guess you're like dragging these behind
Yep.
you. You're
Yes.
not really carry situation, more like
Yep.
bloody
I'd
trail.
imagine that they're pretty dirty and just
Yeah.
messed up at this point.
I mean, from the battle too.
Yeah, that too.
Beating something to the point where it dies is messy business. Yeah. It's dark at this point. You sort of make your way back. And as you sort of move past, you do notice that you're being watched by a little weird-looking thing that steps out from the shadow behind a rock, followed by a couple others. It's from this distance, it looks like it's gray. It almost sort of disappears into the shadow, but you do notice from the little silhouette of it, it's small. Its legs are bent back instead of forwards, and it's got a very big, prominent nose and very sharp fangs. Sort of step out from behind a rock, looking at you dragging these corpses. They seem to be dressed in like a cloak, a shadowy cloak over them, but under there they have what seems to be some leather armor with like an embraced, just red circle filled out. Yeah, like
They
a
just
circle.
give me a red cap PTSD.
As they sort of, watch you. One of them stepping a little forward. Sort of, well,
I can handle it. Vertilith like sets down like the giant eagle body, like doesn't make that much of a thud. Like rotates her fat head, steps around, looks, red eyes glinting, the dim like starlight that catches from like, yeah.
their eyes are like a strange, sort of almost like shiny gray. That doesn't emit light, but reflects it. Perhaps if you saw them from a distance, you would see those little shiny eyes as tiny moons moved around in the shadows.
Okay.
One of them sort of looks at
I would like to perform a monster knowledge nature check to determine
Sure.
like whether these are like natural sorts of things.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and do that. Let's see, 1d20 plus 7. 1d20 plus 7 nature check. 9.
Right. It's just here. So, well, looking at them and knowing something about nature, it's not really enough to determine what they are, but they're not like they're not natural creatures.
Okay. That works for me. I know enough to know that they are not covered by within that sphere.
Mhm.
Great.
So,
Verlip looks at him expectantly.
yes, it begins to speak common, though it seems that there's no real hierarchy between them. Just, the red banner brings you its gratitude. You appear to be the new masters of this camp, yes?
That is correct. The green dragon's voice rolls out from her mouth.
Then the Red Banner will extend to you the same offer the Red Banner has extended to the previous owners of this camp. Seemingly in some sort of formal situation for it. The Red Banner desires warriors, anything capable of fighting our enemies. The Red Banner pays well. Mercenaries of this land are to meet at the mustering camp. They will be provided with what their assistance would be worth. The Red Banner pays all who attend.
The mustering camp, if we are to attend, where would it be?
Sort of gestures vaguely to the south. 2 days' march south. One of us shall remain and lead you should you wish to find it. When they speak, they sort of change who speaks, seeming to have a sort of similar understanding of what they're wanting to say.
She says, and the Red Banner. I've not heard of it.
One of the bows. The Red Banner is the clan of Sorio, chief of the Red Banner. It has declared fealty to the court of ice and darkness, declared that ancient bonds shall hold, and that the centaurs shall belong to Fae. We seek to subjugate those who rebel against their ancient obligations, and the Red Banner and the Fairy Court pays well.
Okay. Vertilith will switch into lying mode, deceitful, and say, we are interested in the Red Banner's offer then, and would entreat that offer, if one of you will stay, so that we can be led there. We do have some business to tend to in this camp, but we will make that journey.
Do you know of others in this valley who might have recently changed their mind of joining with the Red Banner?
There is a... yes, I won't explain this like in roleplay, but she would direct through trickery this group to the location of that Thayan excavation.
All right.
Yes, I love it.
So just be
sure.
like, come over
Can you
here.
roll a bluff check with like a +2?
Sure, I will do that.
These creatures are not accustomed to speaking to things that lie.
They're gonna get disintegrated in the literal sense.
At least not by telling untruth.
Yes, I will, that D20 plus bluff modifier, yeah. For bluff. 21.
No. They sort of look at each other and sort of, no, just, the Red Banner thanks you for your service.
Easy.
One of them steps forward. I shall stay and show you the way.
It says, We appreciate it. And bids the two who are leaving like a fond farewell or whatever sort of equivalent.
They seem to bow a lot. As they step into the shadows and basically just disappear in there. As if they just melt.
Vertilif looks towards the one remaining. It's like, we don't plan on leaving until the sun rises. Is that going to be an issue for you?
Sort of pauses a bit. We do not move in the sunlight.
She says, so that would be an issue. Are you still capable of communicating in the sunlight, or do you... if we had one of our minions carry you, could you still move? Could you still talk?
Shakes itself and says, I will lead you in darkness. We can wait for longer. The Red Banner is not hasty. Its conquest is assured. It has no need to rush.
Vertilif nods her head. That has been very informative for her.
I will remain in the shadows of these rocks. Speak to them, and I will hear.
He says. She nods. Then looks away as if the conversation is over for now and they can go do whatever one.
You two will step back into the shadows.
Vertilif will not look at her fellow dragons, content to pick up the body and drag it again. That conversation can be had somewhere where there's light.
Yeah. It doesn't take an insight check to see that Blackguard is disapproving of these creatures.
Yeah, totally trustworthy, completely.
Tyraxus has a look as if your least favorite uncle has come over suddenly and declared that he's gonna stay for a month. That's the look Tyraxus has.
Ugh.
That's a pretty bad look.
It is a bad look.
That's a very specific anecdote there, but alright.
Is this my uncle who's worked in the carnival, or my uncle who's been incarcerated, or my uncle who has severe drug issues, or some combination of that?
Yeah, all of that.
Or he's a vampire and can't go out in the sun. I mean,
And also
yes, my vampire uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, he's gonna sleep on your
Can't forget
couch
him.
and eat your
Where
food.
do you want to throw these birds at?
Well,
On top of here?
yes.
Oh yeah, on top of all the buildings.
The other head will collapse at
Mount
the
one
weight,
over
but,
the cave opening here. Yeah.
I like the idea of we'll take the bird that Vertilif was dragging and just stick it right there where it could be that visible.
We can make a scare eagle.
Scary eagle. Yeah.
It screams.
Like spiking up there. As the hobgoblins sort of exchange looks, and the dwarves are just fucking dragons. Why not? Kill the big birds. Put them on places.
That's fine.
Meanwhile, the hobgoblins are they've seen how crazy and dangerous those birds
They're
are.
like,
and
fuck these birds, man. They don't want to.
They are even more sure that they have joined the right side. You know?
They made the right choice.
Yes,
rolled
they
They
that
eat
did.
their
20.
nice dwarven rations. Lots of nice sausage and stuff.
These hobgoblins are honestly having the time of their lives. I don't want to hear a single complaint from them ever.
It certainly is less work than back in. Yeah,
Fewer Sturges eating them too.
Yes. Well, I think we should take a long rest after all of that.
I wouldn't be opposed. On the other hand, I still have healing surges left.
Sure.
You have 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only needs 2.
Oh my god.
He can only second wind once in a.
That's right.
It's getting to the point where I'm almost slightly worried about you.
I'm not worried about him. I think he's great.
I'm more worried about myself through him, but yes.
It's okay.
So-
It's okay. If that bird had hit you the one time, I would have auto-hit it for 20 points. So, you're fine.
True.
As inadvertently, you might be our biggest source of DPS.
Just put you next to.
Yeah.
Wait, who? Me?
Yes, you. Because if they hit you and
On a stick,
Griffith
and
can
then-
do a mind spike.
Oh, damn. Wait, but that just means, That
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
means that the more I die, the more you kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, very good.
But I
You
don't
figured
have
it
that.
out.
But I'm not the one with the huge health pool here, so that makes no,
No,
sense.
but you're very easy to hit, so it's guaranteed damage.
It depends on the defense.
That's an
targeted.
insult. Thank
Well,
you very
I mean,
much.
excuse me, I'm turning your weakness into a strength here.
Oh yeah, you're so easy to hit that you give damage to other people.
Yeah, you know what? Like if they target my reflex, this works as well. But if they target, you're a bit squishy.
Anything, is that what you're gonna say? They
Yes.
target anything
Yes. Well,
except
I
my
mean,
will.
Your will is pretty good. I mean, you have pretty good defense, honestly.
Verstix will remember this.
Go up to his stargazing tower and sulk.
Well, it's already taken by an eagle now.
No,
so
we're mounting it like on the front of it, like it's
Oh.
like spread eagle on the.
The smell will
sure.
be great in a couple days.
Yeah, it's fine.
And again, it's gonna dry out pretty fast here.
Yeah,
A lot of dry wind.
dry eagle.
If he can ignore psychic disturbances that threaten to rip his mind apart, I'm sure he can ignore smell.
Or Bellingnef can just burn the eagles so they stay good longer.
Yeah, charged flesh definitely doesn't smell as worse.
Not charred, but more like ash.
Yeah, anything useful we can harvest from these birds. We'll go into the supplies of the camp, like feathers, talons, sinew. I don't know.
I mean, if need be, the
Beaks.
dwarves can probably butcher some pieces, but
Can
the
we
birds themselves are not particularly valuable.
attach the wings for more fly speed?
Whee!
Grafting. I
Yeah.
mean, you could attempt to cut yourself open and implant the dead bird wings.
No, I mean more like an extra limb, not like an implantable.
Like, bit of a medicine. There's a medicine DC there, I'm sure.
Maybe-
To some degree.
Maybe we can attach feathers to your tail so you have more steering when you fly. Maybe that helps.
Aerodynamics.
Yeah, tail feathers.
Hey, my scales are perfect aerodynamic. That's why I'm so fast in the air.
Yeah. We speed like you're the sleekest
Yeah,
dragon we have.
We want to take a long rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
I have so many healing surges left. I have an action point I just got from that combat. You weakling.
Well, you'll have also an action point after the long rest.
You will rescue me, or I will compel you.
I did shit.
There's
Yes.
a lot of effort going down pipes and fighting birds, and
Sleeping. It's very easy.
But
Right,
my
so-
talent amulet. Single tear rolls down my cheek. All right, Grimmeth has been compelled. Son of a bitch.
There we go. We'll
I'll
a
take
long
my
rest.
human essence point.
Do you speak to the little dark creature lurking out about outside?
I am. I will. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a since Vertiliv hasn't set foot outside this valley, has a desire to understand the Red Banner's perspective in what the hell's going on, and she would couch that in the form of it's possible that I may be able to encounter and speak on the Red Banner's behalf and find other mercenaries who'd be willing, but since I don't understand anything about what's going on, I can't tell them about this.
Before Verlith would head out to speak with the Dark Creeper, if Tyraxos notices that she is on her way doing that, I don't know if she's being secretive or not.
No, that's secretive. That's not effort.
Then he will stop her before she heads out and sort of motion for her to come closer for a secret talk, perhaps in one of the tents or behind a rock or something.
Okay, Vertiliv will follow the honey trap into the the alleyway where she will be bludgeoned upside the head with a blackjack.
Follow me into the secluded alley.
Oh, if Tyraxos isn't being secretive, Then Verdict will join as well.
every dragon just comes into the tent. You see the tails poking out, and you hear the whispers.
Nah. Veristrix is like, that they can sort themselves out.
I mean, he already knows what's gonna happen in there.
Yeah, like
He knows himself. Obviously, it's gonna happen.
talking
Well-
about things that I have made them talk about. So
I honestly think that Veristrix borders on completely delusional and insane. But
yeah, until the point where he gains enough power that he can actually do it.
You know, it's like how not every caster took the spell plague well.
yes,
We haven't taken the whole ritual lethargy
yeah,
well.
no, it has done some quirky things here and there.
Being
Fair,
stuck
fair.
in the same place with no exploration, no mental
Like,
stimulation for his whole life.
Veristrix is like, I'm not the one who's been cheated of my power. You all are the ones who've been cheated.
Yeah, the first time in the cave, you have to leave. Come on, guys. I need some release.
You understand that reality is subjective, right?
You need some release. Oh,
There
come
was
on.
many good dark corners in that cave to poke around in.
Yeah,
Just a
exactly.
single room, man.
Exactly. I need variety.
Imagine if it had been a dome-shaped room without any corners.
The perfect hell.
Veristrix's eyes grows wide.
We just go into the Underdark. His future lair would just be a dome.
Perfect
Stop.
sphere.
Don't give Manaki idea.
Or a fucking sphere, just
Yeah.
like Veristrix
Perfect
lives in a
sphere.
sphere.
Yes, there's not a single corner. Excellent. Well.
Alright, secret
Tyraxus-
meeting.
Yes, Tyraxus will motion them closer and he will say, as have been mentioned, perhaps during our time together with Besserac, yes. There is, I believe, some uncanny connection between me and the unseelie court of the fairies. He holds up a claw, and you see like a little bit of like the, his shadow dancing and a little bit of cold creeping out, between his grip. And he says, "My egg was, I believe, some sort of treasure, perhaps, or somehow kept in the Feywild." In the Unseelie Court. It is the only explanation I can think of for how some of my powers manifest. I have been touched by that power, and as such, he sort of motions a little bit. I am much wary of agents from said court. I'm not entirely sure how my egg ended up in the possession of of the accursed diviner. Maybe she stole it. Or maybe she won it somehow. Nevertheless, I have a feeling that if the Queen of Air and Darkness, who shall not be named, knew of my existence here, there might be trouble. She might send agents to try to do something. I don't know. He shakes his head. I just feel that she is a fickle creature at best, and as such, I have severe reservations towards this red banner. It is deeply personal, you might say. Puts down his claws as the shadows settle back into normal around him.
Vertolith has the look of someone who is like nodding their head as if they're going along, but the eyes are like widened enough that it looks like most of what was said just went right over her head. But she's like nodding along politely, like going along with it. And how does that make you feel now?
Exactly.
She says, "Well, I did not think we were going to pick up and head south. Not yet, at least, anyway. It was a way to resolve the situation."
I mean, the entire deal seems pretty stupid. They don't.
She whips
want
her
to-
head around, realizing Valigna's here.
What?
Listen, I consider my input on every situation very valuable. So here's what I think. I don't think they're doing it right. They want to hire us. If they were to come here with piles of gold to request our assistance, then perhaps I could be convinced to do something. But I will not be standing in line with some other people who have also come for the call of gold or whatever. It's not like they would pay us fairly anyways. They couldn't afford any of it.
You would probably end up with one of those creepers as a rider. Tyraxos snorts.
I hadn't even considered that. That's terrible.
He nods wisely. And then he says, the Unseelie Court, I do not know much. I just know what has been imprinted on me from my time there, or the touch that I have from the Queen. It is not nice, to say the least. The Unseelie Court is all about power and greed and loss. The Fae have a tendency to not be able to tell a lie, but that just means that they are very adept at bending their words.
Same look on Vertilif's face.
I don't know what any of that you're talking about is, and quite frankly, I don't think I'll ever quite care about it. This
Squints.
I'll say that
Vertilif, like, blinks, and then, like, Valigna.
this valley alone is pretty large. Imagine what lies below the valley. Imagine what lies beyond the valley. That's a lot already.
Yes.
You have to set priorities.
My priorities is to just be slightly mindful of these creatures and what they plan. I have a feeling that if we cannot bend them to
Vertilif
our
tries to
wills-
extract herself from this conversation.
I mean, she does, but they notice.
No,
Yeah,
it's
they
like
know.
Tyraxus' tail or sort of whips out a little bit in front of her to sort of indicate that he's not finished.
Vertilif, like, see the tail, like, sighs, like... Like, I
Hold
figured
on.
that you two were having a conversation. She did not need part of that.
But Vertilif has the right idea here, Tyraxus. It is inappropriate that we are worrying so much. They are tiny creatures from a place far away who may or may not maybe get word of you if they even recognize you to something so far away, which you get the point, right?
Tyraxus sort of closes his eyes a little bit and then he opens them slowly and says, imagine, well, you know of the different gods, yes? Well, the Queen of Air and Darkness is one such creature. She is Fae, yes, but her power is vast. In honesty, we could not defeat her as we are now, perhaps not ever. She is a force of
Yet.
nature.
Not yet.
Bobs his head. As such, I just wanted to express a word of, well, caution with these creatures. They are supremely dangerous.
You're just implying that I'm never cautious.
Tyraxus doesn't say anything, but raises his eyebrow ridge over his eyes as a sort of, well, you said it. Tyraxus makes a slightly exasperated sigh as a bit of a lightning, shoots out. And then he says, I have relayed my warning and my trepidation against this enterprise. Nevertheless, they are a force in our neighborhood. and investigating them further has some merit. Just try to remember what I said.
I mean, for now, we can simply tell them that we are not interested, although if they want to change our minds, then they can transport an appropriately sized tribute, and we may reconsider, although we probably wouldn't, but they don't.
There's a slight glint in Tyraxos' eyes at the name of tribute. He did like that image that Valignus conjured up of little dark creepers carrying vast amounts of, sapphires and wonderful gemstones.
And speaking of value in people's minds, Vertilif will take what Tilraxus said to heart, because there's got to be someone out there who would find that information valuable. There's got to be some value that's attached to that. Some price somewhere. Some fairy's got to pay, right? Maybe.
Gonna betray the trust of Tyraxus.
What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Don't tempt me.
If you do it, you could sign us all to hell.
So be it.
It might be worth it.
It might be worth it. And remember all the indignities Tyraxus has suffered. Do not make him suffer another one. Who knows what will happen? He might snap completely.
It'll be the greatest fun. We get to the end of the campaign, you realize that the fairies discovered everything because Vertilip's sold information.
at level 3, she sold information for 1,000 gold or something.
In level 29.
Yeah.
It's been 1,000 years.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that where did Vertilip get a full-sized jade statue of herself?
Oh.
Well, this is,
Tyraxus would become even crazier than Veristrix.
No, the fairies are out to give me. You don't understand. That's kind of what it came across as. The fairies are after me.
You can hear them, yes. The flutter of the wings.
You'll be just like that mad wizard out there.
Yes. Him and me will walk through the night.
Is there anything the group wants to do with the imp besides keeping him imprisoned?
He's just sort of resigned himself to it now.
I thought of,
well, it's better than hell.
This is generally just me as a player thinking about this a little bit. He is a supremely good scout, and he is sneaky. So, and also he's a devil, so we can potentially, agree to some deal here, like he serves us for 100 years and then we release him from our service sort of thing. Effectively, if you enter into a contract like that, it acts as a geas on the devil. He has to fulfill the contract to the best of his ability. So, just make it that you serve us to the best of your ability, and, in 100 years you go free.
Here's the thing with that, since it's an out-of-character talk. I don't know whether the imp has the authority to do such a thing, or whether, the greater compulsion of Basarek, due to Lord Asmodeus' command, would override that.
It depends.
Yeah, if he already has a contract with, another devil, he can't make a contract that contradicts the contract.
It's true.
Unless that contract is made insofar as to fulfill the first one, which could, of course, void the second contract.
Right.
As far as we know, based on, how Basarek explained the situation to us, the Bone Devil will make use out of these imps to give us problems. To that extent, the imp being around us, and if we make use out of it, the imp will still be able to give us problems, but may also be of use to us. Or we keep it imprisoned, or we just send it to hell and hope for a boon from Basarek that will at least be more than nothing. As Basarek did say, boom, we resolved this issue.
Yep.
I'd say we just keep him around for now. We can be patient. We can maybe figure out a use at some point.
I am inclined to let the imp go free and see where the road takes us with the chaos and challenge that comes from it. But sensibility dictates not having the imp do that. How do you feel about the imp, Valky?
I mean, Berserk spent most of his time trying to escape and had his escape attempts constantly thwarted by them. He would kill it if he had the chance, but honestly, thinking about it, like, he doesn't really care enough to do anything about it, and
Makes sense.
his grudge makes him not want to even ask it for help, so he doesn't care. It can stay where it wants. He will kill it if it attempts to escape or anything otherwise, but if it's not doing anything, then it's fine by him.
Alright. So, we're not going to do anything with the imp then for the situation. We'll punt that down to future dragons making choices.
Sure.
Very good.
Him stays in the cage.
Better than hell, as you said.
Yeah, generally. It's a very positive way for him to see the world. And again, very few career opportunities right now.
Like, I'd be inclined to give it the best cage due to the information it provided, but I'm worried that the bastard will turn invisible or something as soon as I open the cage door.
It seems likely.
You would have to, like, reach in and grip it, or like put a rope on it or something before.
You know, it's probably already tried that once as well. Like, oh, I'm not in the cage. I'm totally invisible. You'll totally open it. And...
Check it out.
Yeah, we just shake the cage and we hear it bouncing around in there. And we're like, yep, no, it's still there.
Oh, that would suck.
It does seem likely that it would have tried that at some point. Like, well, how did it get out?
Someone let it out. Oh.
Let's open the
How
cage
do you know
door.
their little tricks at this point?
Yeah, being around them for
Imps.
5 years, we were stuck with the imps, and I certainly didn't expect that any of your dragons would be imp sympathizers.
Alright, so do we just tell the little creepers that we are not interested after all, or what?
we don't have to
do
give them
then?
an answer. Like.
Oh, we just tell them, yeah, we'll
Just
come
ghost
later.
him.
Like the little creeper said that, you know, like we had plenty of time to like wait to eventually, when we got all of our fears resolved, we could head south in darkness. They were in no rush. I was inclined to throw the bastard in like a cage and see what happens whenever sunlight comes, or, you know, try to corner it, maybe like surprise it with a lot of bright light, or it left it's here alone and the other two companions are gone. And until, like, such time as we need to resolve it, though, it can be a nice chatting companion. To learn more about what's happening from beyond the valley, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to keep him around.
That's a solution.
Oh. If you want to have a conversation with it, then it's available in the shadows. I mean, you're here for 10 days, sort of just hanging out, hunting, sleeping, recovering.
And it's much closer than the damn monastery is.
Quite so.
But yeah, the themes for the conversation that I wanted to have were as I depicted before, till Raxos pulled my character aside. Just a general sense of what I want to discuss with it over the 10 days.
Sure. It'll reveal on the world map the mercenary camp of the Red Banner location. It is one of 3 gathering points where basically a fairy court is subsidizing a particular centaur chief in his bid to subjugate the other centaur chiefs into effectively becoming part of the Unseelie court. Centaurs used to be from the Feywild, but a lot of stuff happened and they were here for a really long time, and so most of them have sort of laid that whole thing away. They're not really fairies anymore. But that doesn't mean the Unseelie court, now that the Fae suddenly is much closer to the material plane, should feel like they should give up on that connection. And it seems that some centaurs have agreed, maybe because they would be offered copious power and dark biddings if they did. The fairies seem to believe that they are entirely entitled to the service of all centaurs in the whole world. So, because they used to serve, so they should again.
Good.
And they seem... there's a lot of centaurs on the Shining Plains. And certainly a lot more that would sort of dispossessed when the other sort of large plains area here collapsed into the Underdark.
Yes.
Not a good place to live for them anymore. So there's a lot more centaurs there than there used to be, which really means it's a bit of a hot pot. Turns out, though, that fewer centaurs wanted to join the fairy court than perhaps ideal. So the fairies have begun making deals and bargaining and paying copious amounts of money, wealth, to as many mercenaries and would-be mercenaries as they can find. All you gotta do is make a deal with the fairies to fight on their behalf, and, well, you get paid well. Very independent, very individual payments. You got a sick uncle who needs to be fixed? I can probably do that. You know.
What's that kind of payment?
And the fairy's open to great amount of negotiation, so long as you're willing to fight so that they can have the centaurs in servitude again.
Yes, and through the centaurs, ideally, a great deal of influence upon the material plane, which they have not had in forever, really. Fairy has been a distant plane, but now it's close, and they seem to want to take that opportunity to...
Let's not tell that to Tilraxos. He's already worried enough.
It certainly seems like they're going to be a bigger deal, especially if this works. Then you're going to have the whole sort of southern plains with all the trade coming from the south.
Right, basically just controlled by the centaurs, who are a client state of the Unseelie Court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe put into this great hierarchy.
Let's definitely not tell Tilraxos that.
A lot of mercenaries are gathering for it because it's a pretty good deal, really, if you're a mercenary.
I mean, why not?
Adventurers of all sorts are gathering to the other side. They don't, evil fairies are bad.
I mean, something in my mind currently tells me that adventurers in this world are not a threat, so good
The only
luck
good
on
ones
Silicon.
left.
Oh, yeah,
They can come back later.
Alright, that's certainly interesting.
Yeah, so that seems to be what's going on in the south.
Okay.
Currently, also, the fighting is on the other side of this river. A bunch of refugees from the Spell Plague from the east, who came down the Golden Road, have established themselves in this area here, and have just kind of isolated themselves. They have a lot of cats, and sphinxes and stuff. A lot of magical monster things from a distant world on the other side of, the Golden Road, and no one really wanted to bother them, because it seems like a terrible idea to do so.
Okay.
Some people have been trading with them. They have things you don't normally get. The Shao people.
And
found
they
it there, and
were they the ones who wanted to buy the cats from the dwarves?
no, they sold the cats.
Oh, they sold the cats, right?
Dwarves have gone all the way down this trail up here, and rather than go all the way around here to get to Thunderhome, they want to go from the mountain, ideally.
Yeah, that didn't work out for them well.
No, it didn't.
Maybe it'll work out even better in the long run once we find the passage and...
Maybe.
Yeah.
Except for all the ones who died, of course. They that worked for them.
But
Yeah.
then it's going to be harder for them to travel this path if the centaurs are about to...
Yeah. The hope is that some sort of water passage or something could be made. But this whole region is generally pretty unkept land. Anything sort of south of this river and Great Lakes here, there's small villages and such, but it's not civilized land.
And it's looking to be pretty volatile with what the Red Banner is looking to do.
Yeah, they'll come from the north. Allegedly, there's another one in the south somewhere, and then another one that'll come from the eastern part of.
So, I think my character would ignorantly ask whether there's other banner colors. Is there a blue one? Is there a green one? Is there a purple one?
Yes, the centaurs each generally get to pick one. It's their big deal.
Okay.
They're not very they're not good artists.
Right.
Generally,
I mean,
it's not something they pay a lot of attention to.
I'm pretty sure the red banner is the best one, though.
Is it something where should be on the lookout for recruiters of these other banners then?
No, the other ones are not as wealthy because they don't have the backing of Fairy Court. There's
They don't
no
have the backing of the Unseelie.
opposing Fairy Court. The other one isn't making a claim.
Okay.
Usually the Unseelie are countered by their counterpart court. But that court is not making a claim on centaurs, so they have nothing to do here.
All right.
Though, technically, should the Unseelie court succeed, they would also demand that some of them go to that court. So maybe it's like a, let the other guys do it and we might win something anyway.
Very fey. All right.
Yeah. Nice and convenient.
A good understanding of what's going on as told by the servant of the Red Banner, who seems incredibly honest.
I mean, the words certainly take a lot longer than I've said them, because it's spoken in fairy.
Yeah,
which
I
is
understand.
Like, effectively, like someone speaking like Shakespearean, like it's old and like weird way of speaking. But
It's okay, I got 10 days to translate.
yeah, exactly. That's time. Yeah, you could share any of that with your companion.
We'll keep that to ourselves for the time being. I think if Tilraxos knows that, I don't want to worry him right now. And telling Valignif basically means telling Tilraxos. Very much doesn't care.
But
Tilraxos, did you hear?
Yeah, he's not a secret keeper, that's for sure.
But you will notice that
That's right,
spent a lot of time with the dark fairy creature.
It's basically every night she goes out to have a chat. Lurking in the shadows right out there at the edge of camp.
I don't like the people she's seeing lately.
A bad influence.
He has a bad influence on her.
I mean, one of those nights, Valignif would actually also like to have a quick talk, just to ask what exactly they could offer if, once we go down there and such.
Well, the Red Banner will offer whatever the mercenary is worth.
Well, what does he think that?
So unlimited money.
He'll say that he is unable to make that assessment. He's not a fairy lord judge. However, many things that are valuable to those who dwell in this world are not so valuable to the Fey court. As such, many of this world find the gifts and prices to be more than fair. Even the most proud have not been disappointed. Particularly wizards and the like enjoy these sorts of rewards. It is sure that Velikith could think of something that he would like from a dark goddess of cold and power.
It would not be the first time in all of history where dragons have accepted payment for services rendered.
Yeah,
He desires jewels, that can be done. He desires gold. He desires, statues.
Some fine metals, proper craftsmanship.
A command, perhaps,
The Fae are pretty good at charming people, so interesting to find a way to have that sort of power.
The thing is, Valignif is a bit naive, to say the least, perhaps, but he's not stupid. He would know that, accepting this and, backstabbing his companions would be a terrible idea, because if, the Unseelie court does want Tilraxos for whatever weird reason, then that would be very bad for everyone involved.
It's not a backstab. They're not going to know what Tilraxos looks like. It
I
was just an
mean,
egg. He's blossomed into a beautiful dragon. It's not like they have a photograph. They have a sketch artist. This is what Tilraxos will probably look.
The court is also very high on hierarchy, in a way. In sort of an ancient feudal way. So you would, whoever is the one, making the deal would also get paid for the value of all the people they bring. If you bring a bunch of servants with you, then they don't get paid, you do, for their servant.
The people who bring powerful dragons to act as mercenaries That's a big ticket right there.
I mean, these two would not be paid. They're fairies. They don't get paid at all.
Yes.
You know.
But the folks who like had us like be mercenaries, whoever would be there at the camp,
Yeah.
hired us.
Yeah. Allegedly, there are Eladrin there, commanding and like gathering and managing things.
And of course, due to the strict hierarchy, who all really knows about the fate of Tilraxus's egg, right? Like, who would really know?
If you ask
Who knows?
Darkling, it has no idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask.
It has no. That's probably above its pay grade.
It's I am yeah. I don't know. I don't think I would be recognized immediately, certainly, but I do believe that word of 4 dragons, signing up would reach the court at some point, and maybe a certain queen would then take an actual look and be like,
So, speaking in general brushes here, the Unseelie Court has a vested interest in those planes. If we don't interfere or interact in any way, shape, or form over the coming years or decades or however long it takes, and they prevail, Telraxus will have a larger issue. But if you get paid by the court, then you'll have more finances to deal with them.
it is certainly possible. I just don't I don't like the idea of Queen Mab showing up and be like, oh, you escaped, but you're mine now, yoink, and then I'll be like, no, and just dragged away.
It's okay. It's like how the lich leader of the entire Thayans wouldn't show up personally. It's fine.
Yes, I
Yeah, Tyraxus, you're not as big of a deal as you think you are.
Oh wow! Don't tell him that.
I love how eagerly he got in there to say that.
Right. Who knows? Maybe it is actually a great opportunity for us in some way. We will. I'm for keeping the option open.
Yes.
We could fuck this valley. We hate it. Let's go with mercenaries. Find centaurs.
Before we apply, we could increase our value by proving that we can, in fact, do things, and do, in fact, already own a large swath of land, which means, of course, that you have to pay us way more than you would have right now.
I don't have any vested interest in doing it before we,
No, I don't think so, either.
And certainly if we do get in some sort of action with that, we need to keep in mind that the curse of lethargy will eventually hit.
Yeah, for sure. I think we should definitely secure the home base before we venture out of the valley, because that is a whole different level.
But at least it's an option in case things with the Serpentine Earl go poorly.
Yes.
Yeah. The war for the Shining Plains is unlikely to conclude anytime soon. It's a pretty big going on.
So were all of the centaurs sworn to either the summer court or the winter court, or were they sworn to different Fey lords specifically?
Yes, it is a mess.
Yeah.
In all sorts of manners. The winter court right now is fighting for the recognition that they should be sworn to whoever they were sworn to.
Right.
Whoever that might be. So some of them would go to a different court.
Right. So someone in the winter court has dusted off some old scroll somewhere and be like, hang on a minute.
I got some fucking claims, and then those guys are like, no, you don't. And then they go, well, if I do, and then someone else looks, and they got some too, and then that's a whole thing. And of course, a lot of other clans are just happy to be neutral for now, and
right.
It's a whole mess. It's really not a unified region, nor are there a lot of landmarks to fight for.
Great. We should stay the fuck away from that.
It is a lot of...
that sounds like a quagmire of just terrible, terrible times.
Sure. Lots of mercenaries signing up.
Yes. Well, when I have my sky palace, I can just float over them and rain destruction down. What are you gonna
Nice.
do?
Sorry, you go on.
No, go for it, Valky.
No, I was just gonna say that Rastrix is a bit, I suppose, proud and knowing that if you ever want your Sky Fortress, that he is more than likely going to have to help to some degree.
He knows this.
And having that bargaining chip is incredibly satisfying.
He nods to himself, yes, obviously.
Obviously.
There's no immediate action like I want to take during this 10-day. As noted, like, monastery is too far away. She has no vested interest in having a conversation with a fucking mad wizard. Like, yeah, she's good to be here at base.
Valignif is
Lazily
gonna
sleeping in her night's jacket.
Valignif is gonna bang on copper tubing a lot.
Can he do that, like, somewhere not where Tyrax is trying to rest?
No.
Great. Tyraxes will indignantly move into some
You
other
just
part.
throw the curtain over his face.
Goes immediately to sleep.
Valignif has to make a trumpet just to prove that he can.
Fucking copper dragon trumpet. I mean, the wizard will be ecstatic, probably.
You'll ask for a
Easier
foot
to find.
massager next. He will be easier to...
Multiclass into bard.
Actually, Manaki, question: do these dwarves have the tools to make maps with?
It is one of the few things that they certainly might not have had on them, but they certainly brought them because they were here to map an underground passage. So
Right.
although they didn't have them, in the supplies you found here, and especially back in the tomb when you destroyed the cult, yes, there are supplies to make maps.
Bear Six would like to start building some maps of the area
All right.
because he likes maps a lot, and especially that the cavern, the passage they went in, whatever they had explored so far, he would like to map that out.
Sure.
Does he have like an astrolabium or something? Like what does it look like when Veristrix maps?
I don't know. I mean, I figure.
Does he have a quill?
Psychically moves it across the
Yeah, I was thinking he just or he convinces one of the hobgoblins to
No.
let him control him for a little bit to no, really can't. But yeah, probably floaty quill is probably the thing he'd be using. Or his own claws. I mean, he has quite a lot of dexterity. I feel that the more direct approaches.
They're not properly dragon sized implements or like catered for a claw.
Yeah.
But
It's hard to use them. He'd rather use the supplies, not so much the tools. He can use his own claws rank. Yeah.
figure it out.
I just was thinking if you were gonna command one of the poor dwarves to do it and then sit there, just stare at him and then at the map, like for every single slight mistake.
Well, if I ever had a character / class thing that could let me fluff that, then sure, but I don't. So.
I mean, you would just say, draw it as I say, and then the first mistake it does, like, no! Just slap
You
him.
have failed me for the last time.
Thank you.
I think the best way for him to will things is for him to will himself. So that also includes him doing it himself.
To will the world, you must first will yourself.
Yeah.
Hello. How about you, Jonas? Is Tilraxos gonna break it to Runella Colebrew that, hey, we found that passage? That's the good news, but getting the caravan through there is gonna be really hard.
Yep, for sure. He's going to tell her that they have located what they believe is the promised passage. However, it is not usable currently. It is completely drowned, and there are creatures down in the water. Draining it might be a way, but Tyraxos does not know it currently. Maybe the dwarves themselves can make an expedition and go over there and take a look and see if their dwarfiness can come up with some ingenious way.
Yeah, that is racism right there. You're dwarves, you can make a water pump or something, I'm sure
This
of it.
is fantasy. That is literally what they can do. You can take one look at a creature and immediately determine its traits. In
You come
fantasy.
back, they build a fucking fortress. Son
Yeah.
of a bitch, dwarf fortress.
Fucking do it. Careful with the set access. You'll flood the fortress. Yeah. For now, it might be easier to plot a way around, after all.
Well, that certainly leaves around or over possibilities.
Traxxas thinks over the over part and then shakes his head. Unless there is like a giant highway, like going up over the
Dwarves
mountain.
really like going under the mountains.
Yes. You know, Tyraxus says that he has a good
Only-
friend who likes that a lot too, but...
If only they could like empty the water.
Yes, any suggestions on how to do that is
If
more
only
welcome.
they could reconstruct the elevator.
Yeah, they don't know, but you know, someone might have to swim down there, and
Oh, that's funny.
or
I'll do it.
if any more of that.
You will sink as a rock, don't you? You have
Yeah,
like,
but
you have like a
is-
metal anchor attached to your tail.
Yeah,
That
but
just
doesn't
means
matter.
I can dive quicker.
Oh boy.
Besides,
One of
he
us
can
were a
blow.
black
He can
dragon.
blow up to evaporate the water anyway. Easy peasy. It's fine.
Well, that would be the most obvious. If later, you know, the Serpentine Earl might have some more of those like pyromancer orcs.
Yeah, there's some.
Get some of that stuff and be able to like dump a thing in there to shake the rocks loose or whatever that's breaking it. Could also just collapse it more, of course.
Might be worth it.
Well, that's silly.
We'll just ask the Serpentine Earl for a deal, in which we
If they
get
had
some.
more dwarves, they could probably do something, but with just a
Yes.
few of them.
Yes, about that. How do I make more of you?
Oh.
Squints. Squints at her.
Well, the best way is to befriend new ones.
Keep squinting.
Do that by finding a
See-
settlement
see-
and then being nice to them.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't she tell Toraxus the story of how there were so many dwarves that more dwarves had to like move out?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
There's a
There's a
deluge
Much
of
easier.
dwarfs somewhere.
I mean, Thunderhole, literally on the other side. So close to the valley, if you just don't have to go around. Paying all the tolls and stuff. She will actually complain a little bit at that point that Cormier, Cambridge North, has been, since the Lake of the Dragons sort of began to go shallower, some people have been able to walk across like the side of it, which has made a road to sort of to Elversalt, basically from Semper. And that has basically mean that now a giant area around the Stormhorn has been bypassed. Cormirian border guards are walking about on the Dragon Coast, and they begin sort of making protectorates of the cities and city-states there. Westgate is struggling to be independent still, but even there Cormirian influence has come. The only reason they haven't taken over the whole region is that, some bad stuff is happening in the north. Netheril and whatnot.
Yeah. Tyraxus
But,
doesn't know anything about
lots
Cormir,
of
but,
taxes and lots of demands, and she is a woman who enjoys free trade because that's her business, and so going through the mountains would really be helpful to bypass some of all those pesky tariffs.
Maybe the Serpentine Earl will have the key to unlock this, but yeah, if the dwarves have no real idea, and I mean, it's
At least giant.
It is a problem that we cannot easily solve currently.
Yeah, I haven't researched the water pump technology yet, so
need to put our best people on that.
Gaius and Tiberius get on there.
Get on there, you're do some aqueducts and viaducts and
I
Just
mean,
Just need a
shoot
library.
the water.
I mean, as a shot in the dark, since the Mad Wizard loves building something, you just have to somehow convince him that it's worth his time. Because as of right now, it sounds like he doesn't think anything's worth his time because everything he built has been ruined.
He's gonna die and the world's gonna end, so who cares?
imagine the mad contraption he would come up with.
You'll also say that about Mad Wizard, well, she'll say that it's said that the Cormier is in actually a little bit of trouble right now because they used to have like a court of powerful wizards, but
Yes.
2/3 of them died or went mad, and the
Oh.
rest lost their magical power. So they're a paper tiger right now.
Something to keep in mind.
So she says.
She doesn't seem to like him very much.
Tyraxus likes the idea of tolls and taxes and stuff, but he doesn't like competition, so...
Really conflicting.
Yes, yes.
As it exists right now, though, in order for there to be tolls and taxes, got to give people a compelling reason to come through his area.
Yes, I know, and that what way is the way to do it?
Let's see. Even then, even if you do it, it's like, what's on the other side? The Serpentine Earl, and he's like, yes, of course, come in, baby, yeah, fucking, yeah, I love travelers.
yes, he is...
Like the dwarves themselves crossed across like this bit here.
Mhm.
The Earl mostly sort of stops you from going north here.
Ah.
The dwarves, like, that's the thing about going around. You'd kind of want to have to go like all the way fucking to Seer, where the big bridge is, and then around. It's not so simple. I mean, you could rid the Earl, that would speed it up a little bit, but most travelers would still just go like up here. Then
In order for there to be a compelling argument, that promised passage has to be resolved.
which would then ideally lead them like this, just
Yep.
much faster, much straighter. Hopefully not so dangerous. It's the Underdark. Dwarves are comfortable with it.
And then Red and Seer is like, where the fuck's our travel at?
Oh, my lord,
Apparently, say that that's full of haughty Ogma people who confiscate any books and scrolls and stuff you travel through the city with.
I do
Mistake.
like though the old dusty priest be like, oh, where is all the trade? And it's like, oh my lord, it's actually going through a valley controlled by 4 dragons, and they'll be like, oh, well,
well.
shit. can't really.
They call themselves a tyranny, sire.
The tyranny of dragons is.
I'll tyrannize them. Just jowls like bobbling.
Yeah, the church there is in control of the city, and they hate free knowledge of any kind, to the point of banning bards, and again demanding any script or anything that goes through their city, and by that account, south or north, to be just given to them, so they can put it in their closed prison building, and no one can see it. Because Ogma shouldn't, his blessings of knowledge shouldn't just be given to anybody. They want it to be given only to those who have earned it, which is them.
Well, look, they're gathering up all their books and scrolls for Veristrix. It's very thoughtful of them.
How convenient.
Doing the work so he doesn't have to.
It's
We can
almost
pay
as if
them
they
a
know
lot of
what
money for access, though.
Oh, Veristrix will pay them.
Huge tuition fees.
Oh, they'll just suddenly want to give them to me. No problem.
It's fine, we'll get them.
Sounds like we have ourselves a session in. We done.
Yeah.
Didn't poke the fans after all. Maybe next time.
Oh, we killed some eagles. That's pretty good.
We killed about 3 times the eagles I expected.
Yes,
There you go.
Those creatures are dangerous.
We,
I wonder
we
how
had
we'll-
3 eagles.
I wonder how we'll get them off the mountain.
I think if yes, I keep in mind I can't load stone lure all the fucking eagles, so
Yeah, we can't fight them straight up. Certainly, there has to be a better way.
like, like the reason why we prevailed so well in that combat is they had some poor rolls, but also were able to force them to the ground.
Yeah, we blew all our dailies as
Through
well.
the living missile attack that Veristrix made, and then my lodestone lore pulling them down.
Yep.
And it's a sad reality that we true dragons are never going to have air superiority over these fucking eagles.
No.
Maybe the trumpet can scare them off if it's loud enough.
Maybe. Anti-bird trumpet. Trumpet? Trumpet.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
like a
if
sonic
only you could
warfare.
learn the secrets of building constructs to bash the birds away from you.
Can we
Give the
construct
trumpet to a construct so it can blow that trumpet
harpoon,
24/7.
Yes, exactly.
harpoon and
Sounds
net
like a-
cannons?
Trumpet Archon.
Oh no, Clarion! No, PTSD is kicking in.
Making like metal constructs would be pretty cool though.
Would me, yeah.
But that's like so far in the future, it's not even funny.
I mean, if that human wizard could have managed to accomplish that with the meager decades of his life, surely you'll be able to.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. 200 years down the line, there'll be iron golems in every corner. But
Every corner.
every corner.
But there won't be any corners because the dome.
Smooth everything out. There's no
Yeah.
corners. Bellingness
this
has
was
banned
alright.
corners.
Just to mess with Veristrix if you ever visit.
Right. You have this session earned 1700 XP, which is 425 each, which puts you to 3,494.
3,494.
Is that a good number or a bad number?
It's better than what it was before.
We were like 200 something off.
No. Kill the imp.
Quickly now.
If only you had made a goal.
No.
Yes, you completed 2 goals. You have killed the great bird, certainly. And you have found the promised passage. Which means that now you will have 4.
5 goal slots, because we had 3 coming. No, we filled it with 1, right, 4. 4 it is.
Sounds like one personal to me for each of us, if we want to do.
If you can think of anything.
If you can think of anything, yes.
I will have a think.
Yes.
You already are, I'm sure.
As a
Another thing to expect, since the hobgoblins will tell you during these 10 days, is that with this, it's about time for the ogres to show up. So that's something.
Okay. Ogre schmoger.
Just needs more meat and more things to hang on the fort.
Which is
In order to
wait,
be fought.
meat sport.
Welcome to my domain.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to to encounter Dim Fayans. Looking forward to that.
Yes.
We've mopped up things around us enough that we're left with clearing all of the skies, and we saw how well 3 of those did. There's some dozen amount of birds that we've seen total, I'm sure.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to tell one individual from
Yeah.
another.
Yeah, we have.
We do have to
Thanes.
kill the Thanes rather quickly though, because otherwise it'll get confusing with the Fae and Fae.
I have no confusion, but I understand why I view it, right?
I'm fine as well because I know
just
the difference.
make one of them a hard one. And then
They.
Tay.
The Thayan ones are something we should clear out. I think the large cabin might warrant some investigation just to check what the hell that is. We have a pipe that I know there's some excitement about. And then really it's the Earl over there.
Well, think of it like this. As we've explored the map, we've found, and I thought of it this session, like potential spots where us 4 dragons can live individually. Like, Veristrix has, like, his beneath ground area. I have my pipe that has a nice little conduit point to where Veristrix lives, with my carnivorous plants.
Mm-hmm.
And then you 2 have, like, more elevated areas, and can even go further up in elevation as soon as the skies are cleared.
Yep.
It's like the valley has some sort of design in mind to allow a place that may entice you to live at.
It's like some god has reached down and
Yes.
forged it.
Intelligent design.
Yes, the most
That's just
intelligent
very
architect.
strict, pulling everything
Yes,
behind the
of course.
Of course.
clearly.
I would also like to establish some sort of actual rule. You know what? Like we need more. Just more
You
of
need something
everything.
to rule over
Well,
first,
I
though.
need
It's a-
patrols. There needs to be securing things. You know.
Well, as I wrote like earlier today, like you don't have manpower. There's no manpower that's coming into the valley.
know.
For manpower, you have the monastery, you have the Thayans, and you have. Once we get rid of the birds, you can fly south to fetch bandits, and then you have the Serpentine Earl to the far east.
That's why I
Like-
was contemplating recruitment posters before to put them up. Spread the word.
But unfortunately, these folks would not have been interested in your recruitment,
No.
and Tilraxis would not have been interested in recruiting them.
No.
Yeah, issue is that I'd imagine it would be pretty difficult to entice people, competent people, to actually come work for many of us, with the Fae apparently offering crazy amounts to proper mercenaries.
But they're horrible evil creatures. And we are.
Chromatic dragons.
We are
Oh, we're so nice. That's why you should join.
reasonable.
Try now.
That's what we are.
Yeah.
For viewers who watch this stuff in real time, do note that we will not have a session on the 22nd, 2 weeks' time.
Yep.
Manaki has informed us of that.
I'll be
That's true.
out in field work.
Which means that
Fun.
we will have a session next week, and the week after that there will be no session. And I think the streaming schedule on the Twitch channel has been updated to reflect this. If you go to the events tab, you will see the different ones laid out for the month.
Which means ostensibly next time we'll have a good confrontational battle with the Thayans sent here to investigate signs of us, Diviner Yaffel's plan, to refer back and kick out the hierarchy of the Red Wizards. And we'll level up to level 4, and then you'll have 2 weeks to think about what level 4 means for us.
I can tell right now what it means.
Not
It means a
not a
utility
lot.
power and some.
I was leaving it as a teaser for the viewers, damn it.
Come on,
Oh
Jonas.
damn it! I totally
Uh-huh.
I totally blew it.
Toodle blew it.
Totally blew it.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see at the start of next session what Grey Ooze hero comes out from
The gray.
Glabagul's little brother.
It's the most
Oh,
competent
brother.
one of all the
I
heroes.
lost my.
Yes.
He gets a genius. He's a genius, Grey Ooze.
But like the Grey Oozes there are like nice little guardians, like
Oh, sure.
if
It's good.
you can
natural-
fly over them, but
we
any
haven't
heroes
talked
could.
about this too much, but for layers, you will have access to whatever minions or people you can get to stick around while you sleep, effectively. One reason that kobolds could have been useful, but also not incredibly so, is because a lot of them would just sort of wander off eventually. And then, of course, whatever natural things are in the place you live. You find a place to rest that has oozes in it, then when you design your lair, you stick a room of oozes in it, because they're just there.
You don't have to worry about them conspiring to murder you
Yeah,
while
they
you're
just sort of
asleep.
hang about. You want some bats, and you live in like a bat cave? Yeah. That sort of thing is certainly possible, which is going to matter more at the lower levels, because you have less things to put in there. So it might be nice to have like a room with a bear in it or something.
Well, are we gonna handle this like a sort of a mystical property of the dragon, like a lair power sort of thing? Like just the presence of the dragon, this incredible creature, sort of compels its environment around it to bend to its will in a way. Or
Eventually something ish. It's a little different than what you imagine. Probably it's more like it's not like while you're resting you're gonna have to walk in and out a lot. So if you just like go in and sleep behind the room of oozes, then whoever wants to get to you has to walk through the ooze room.
sure.
and people don't want to do that. Reserve. Or the poison, or the muddy swamp.
Yes, one real issue we're going to have is that since we're going to be helpless, we can't interact with the environment around us. So if you have minions that you rely on that, well, would want to consult with you or maybe want to keep you around.
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest challenge is going to be to find someone who's not incompetent to actually organize things while the Curse of Lethargy is in effect.
Yeah, that's what,
Potentially over multiple generations.
that's what I feel right now, is that we simply don't. If it hit now, we would be screwed. Like, we have nothing. There's nothing to protect us, really.
But also,
I mean,
like,
it's
will
been-
competent also be willing to not murder you?
Yeah, because
You're
right
helpless.
now the only
Yeah.
thing I can immediately think of that would be the hobgoblins and the grey oozes. Those are the two things we have found in the valley so far that would actually protect us.
The wizard, if he isn't
No.
adamant.
He-
Hey now.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a few months, I guess, weeks, months since Bazarek kicked us out. I doubt it'll hit
Like a
anytime
month and a
soon.
half. Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
immediate.
like he wants us to survive, so we were probably given enough time.
Well, the amount of time you were given were by design from him, but I mean, basically, a person who is Yaffel's reincarnation's out there somewhere. As soon as that person dies, it'll instantly be reborn, and you will be drained.
What if at some point we find her, put her in a prison, and keep her alive forever? Yeah.
Yeah, unless the ritual has Yaffel predicted that could happen, and has some sort of failsafe, then
And has to expend extra effort to extricate her spirit from whatever, like, prison you thought you could contain it in.
It's complicated.
Just
Then again,
unknowingly manipulate her so that she's safe
slowly
forever.
it'll be easier and easier to find. After every time, whatever reincarnation is there will be more powerful, apparently, having taken some of your stuff.
Good.
For now, it's probably just someone who has like the soul of an ancient super wizard. So,
That's pretty cool.
Well, all of that is a problem for future us.
oh yes,
Yeah.
we're right.
Oh well.
Certainly something to consider.
With that, I'm gonna stop the stream and such for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you again next week.
Next week, the Eyes of March and the downfall of the Thayan.
Yes.
Well, yes.
Good night,
Ah.
guys.
The downfall of a very select few Thayans.
The Thayan.
The selective downfall of.
The Thay and Faye.
Take care, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.